Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3. Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex. This matchup this afternoon is between the Katy Raiders and the Texas Skywalkers. Katy Raiders, having won the toss, decided to bat. Captain Arakananta seeming to think that if you put the runs on the board, then that puts you in better stead to be able to defend. And in fact, you saw that the Texas Skywalkers followed the same sort of script in the match that just ended about 35 or so minutes ago, where they batted first, came back from a shaky start to put a competitive total on the board, and then defended it relatively easily in the end, winning by some 5 runs or so, if I remember correctly. But the Katy Raiders present a bit of a different challenge, a very strong team top to bottom, and the Skywalkers, I think, will have their hands full as they attempt to go back-to-back on the same field. They'll open the bowling with Joy Jadav currently warming up at the northern end of the ground. That's the forest end. A bit of a delay while we get things going here, and it appears probably that the scorers still need to get all of their information organized. But until then, we might just go through the lineups. Lineups for Katy Raiders: Aaron Nadkarni, Aditya Ayapan, Arakananta, who is the captain and the wicketkeeper, Darshan Haribabu, Krish Panchal, Nadesh Kanaria, who is the son of the former Pakistani leg spinner Danish Kanaria, Sachin Selvakumar, Shaurya Gaur, Shreya Saladi, Sohan Matam, Sumyak Shah, Bardhan Handa, and V.S. Sriman. And for the Texas Skywalkers, if you were with us earlier, you would have seen them. Akhilesh Balan, Akhilesh Nanda Sudhakar, Ansh Boje, Aryan Satish, captain. Daniel Bagani, Joy Jadav, Pranav Ramji, Ranak Saluja, vice captain and wicketkeeper. Rohan Bardwaj, Saket Narla, Shayan Chakraborty, Sujit Nathaniel, and Tarandeep Paul. Here we go. Oh, Joy Jadav, left arm over the wicket, pulling up on his delivery stride there. Looking to find the right line. In the first innings, or the first match, he appeared to have trouble finding the right line to the left-handers. Bowling here to 2 right-handers, so hopefully for his sake, he will be able to find the line a little better. There appears to be some issue with him finding his footing, and until, in fact, we'll see how exactly that gets sorted out. The openers for the Katy Raiders are Arakananta, he's currently the non-striker, and Sohan Matam, who is on strike, facing up to Joy Jadav. I think he's ready again, and this time we will be off and going in earnest. Oh, same thing happened again. Don't know exactly what it is. There's something that is around the area of his delivery stride that is obviously bothering him. So I believe that he might be slipping right before he enters his delivery stride. I don't know what that is. I walked in that area earlier and I did not see anything that would cause these types of issues. I'm a little too far away from him to know whether the spikes on his shoes are potentially causing an issue. Don't know what it is, and I don't want to speculate, but let's just say he's had 2 aborted run-ups now. Let's see if he can have the third one be the charm. The third one again pulls out of his delivery stride. Well, the last over that he bowled, in fact, the last 2 overs that he bowled from the highway end, the southern end of the ground. He is now switching his line of attack to go around the wicket to avoid being in that area that apparently is bothering him in some way. And I don't know what that would be, but let's just see whether or not the switch to around the wicket works any better for him. I will say that he has not yet bowled a legal delivery, so if the captain decides to make a switch before he bowls this ball, he can do that. Too late for that now. First ball flashing and getting it down off the edge of the bat. Sohan Matam down to deep third. 1 delivery and we're off and running. The delivery angle from around the wicket by the left-hander into the right-handed batter is one that helps the right-handed batter if he can hit big straight or on the leg side. And I have always believed that the angle for a left-handed fast bowler to a right-hander should be over the wicket to create that natural angle. That's a little bit too wide, so far outside the line of off. When he bowled in the first innings, in the first match, he bowled very well generally to the righties and had the ball sort of slanting across them. For me, that's a better angle and a more difficult one to score off of if you are a right-hander. So it will be interesting to see if maybe he switches ends after this over, because that natural angle left arm over is one that works better. This is clipped away into the leg side for at least a couple. And they'll just jog to. Still wanting to get some clarification on what that was. I'm a little curious. Once again, I was in that same area earlier and I did not see. Oh, no ball, missed that. So there's a no ball and a free hit. I will say that he appeared to be a little wide of the crease. And in fact, looking at the replay here, he was not too wide of the crease. In fact, he overstepped with his front foot. So major issues here for George Adav, because he's already relatively uncomfortable, it appears, bowling around the wicket. And he's now going to have to bowl a free hit delivery in the air over the top of the cover area for 4. I said cover. It's more kind of a straightish extra cover. Either way, it goes all the way for 4. And the extra ball from the free hit really helps, because this is now turning into a very expensive over. 11 coming from the over so far. And I think you're going to see exactly how this develops from here. I said 11. Yeah, we'll double check on the score in just a second. But big picture, you still have 3 more legal deliveries to bowl in this over, and it is up to you now to pull things back. Cut away, but straight to point. Captain Aryan Satish, who's right there, make sure that nothing gets by, and so you'll take the dot ball. As I was saying, I would like to think that I would see him, George Adav, maybe switch and bowl from the highway end, because as a left-arm fast bowler, I think the angle that is created, your natural angle going across the right-handers, is one that works better. Now, let's see. Next delivery. In the air, no ball again. This is going to run away close to the boundary. They'll get 2 more, but more to the point, it's going to be yet another free hit. And this is going to be an issue that needs to be worked out for George Adav and the Texas Skywalkers, because this is the second time that he has overstepped in this over. Countless number of times to start the over that he ran up and had to abort his run up. But let's see exactly how this develops from here, because this is going to be very difficult to negotiate, I would think. 12 will probably be taken, but it doesn't matter. And if you don't know the rules of cricket and are not sure what just happened, the very next delivery after a no ball, in other words, if the bowler oversteps the front foot crease, there's a number of ways you can bowl a no ball, but that's the most common one. It means that the batter cannot be out on that delivery, but he also cannot be out on the very next delivery. The next delivery is essentially a free hit. So we'll get clarification on much of this. This is a little straight going down the leg side. This is going to be a leg by. Yep, there's leg by. Signal coming from umpire Sagar. And umpire Sagar has had a lot of work to do. Breaking out all of the signs for extras. And after that single, should just be one ball now remaining in over number 1. Very long first over. And here is that last ball. Got a little bit of extra bounce that time, and it trickles to backward point. They pinch a single. So an expensive first over for George. I'd have 15 runs coming from it. At the end of 1, the score is 15 without loss. Without loss after the first over. A bit of an expensive first over for George Adav, and again, much of that is probably due to the fact that he did not have the right footing at his landing or at his delivery, the spot where he takes off from his delivery stride. Swinging down the leg side, definitely got movement in the air that time. This bowler is going to be Akhilesh Nanda Sudhakar. But that ball swung a lot. It actually was sort of what you'd consider reverse swing. The typical swinging delivery by a right-arm fast bowler is away from a right-handed batter. This one swung in from over the wicket, taking it down the leg side for the first extra bowled by Sudhakar. Full, driven down the ground. This is going to be 4. Long run down there. In fact, no, it's pulled back after long on or mid-on gives chase and gets it down the ground, pulls it back just in time, so they get 2. But off the bat, it appeared, or I thought that was going to be 4. So good work by the fielder at mid-on to run back and prevent that one from going all the way. But an expensive start down the leg side. This is an edge, and this will come straight toward me. This is going to be 4. And I'll tell you, runs are flowing, swinging down the leg side, and an under edge. Didn't get much bat on it, but that under edge was so fine that it ran essentially directly by or behind the keeper. And right down here into the commentator's area where I fielded the ball for the first time in, I don't know, a handful of years possibly. So again, an expensive start. 8 legal deliveries have been bowled in this match so far, and the score is 22 without loss. So bowlers have some work to do to pull things back. It's a better delivery, maybe around a leg stump line. So you probably want that line to be around off, especially if you're swinging it in. But the length was such that induced a defensive shot. So you're going to want to string together a few more of those to pull things back, because it's a bit of an expensive start. A lot of extras so far. Already 4 extras, 3 no balls. In fact, it's 4 extras, because 5 extras, 3 no balls, a bye, make that a leg bye, and a wide. So some cleanup work needed to be done by the bowlers, and this is hammered away. Oh my goodness, just did not see it properly. I believe that's Daniel Bagani down there, deep backward square leg. And he started coming in, moving to his right, and then belatedly realized that it was to his left. By the time he recovered, it had already gone past him for 4. So really a ragged start in the field by the Texas Skywalkers. They are on a bit of a high from having won this morning, but they do have some work to do here, because the Katy Raiders this game can get away from them in a hurry. Short in the air, and it will not go to the boundary. I think they'll get a couple, but he may just have been surprised with the pace on that delivery, Arya Kananta. So went for the pull, but didn't make solid contact. It's Captain Aryan Satish doing the cleanup work, running back from mid-wicket. And so now, with 1 ball remaining in over number 2, 28 runs already on the board. My goodness, the scoring rate is 15.27. And now they need 1 good ball here to calm things down. Advancing down the track and skying it. Where did this go? All the way for 6. Coming down the track to meet the fast bowler, and that is something that is always debilitating to the psyche of a bowler, just wanting to land it in the right areas to close out the over. Arya Kananta charges him and puts him back over his head for 6. So a big over, 19 coming from it, 15 from the first. After 2 overs, the score is 34 without loss. So similar to what happened in the first game, Georgia have opened the bowling, was expensive, and has now been replaced by Daniel Bagani. Right arm fast bowler, bowled with good hostility in the first innings. I keep saying innings, my apologies. In the first match. And for the most part, landed the ball in the right areas, meaning on the right lines. And he has varied his length, some short, some full. So let's see if he can keep that going. It's played into the offside. He'll get a single. Soham Matam immediately just rotating the strike. So Daniel Bagani said that earlier, the brother of Ryan Bagani, who you would have seen play in the minor leagues for the Houston Hurricanes. And both good young cricketers. Let's see what he has here for Arya Kananta. Charging. Now Arya Kananta looking to put this game out of reach. Looking to attack the new bowler before he's even gotten settled. And that attempted hoik, had that made contact, it probably would have come in this direction as well. But it's a good thing on the part of, at least if you are a Texas Skywalkers fan, that one did not make contact. No question, he's looking to be aggressive, and now a change in the field as Akhilesh Balan falling back from inside the circle at mid-off to drop back to long-off. Short in the air, cuts it over the top of point for 4. You can hear the grunt every time the guy releases that. Bending his back, putting in the effort in. If you bend your back and put the effort in, but don't get the right line and the right length, then you will go for runs. You're bowling to 2 very good batters. Captain Arikanantha will take advantage of anything loose. And this one was very wide and very short. And it's a type of delivery that if you're not able to control it, you can go for runs. Better line, a lot closer to the stumps this time. And a half-hearted poke at that one for Arikanantha, and it goes through to wicket-keeper and vice-captain Ranak Saluja. A relatively sedate over, all things considered, even though there's been a boundary. 5 runs from the over so far, with 2 balls to come, as compared to 15 from the first, 19 from the second. So similar to the first match, Daniel Bagani has succeeded in pulling back the scoring rate, which is sort of what you want to do. A little too straight this time, worked into the leg side, should just be a single though. And so, looking at where you are now, the overall score of 40 means that you're scoring at the rate of 14.12 and over. That score projects to 282. I don't think realistically there's any way that you'll get a score that high, but the Raiders do have the ability to put something north of 180 on the board, especially if these 2 stay at the wicket. Very, very good opening the face, running this to deep third, and they'll get a single. But again, all things considered, a decent over, a decent comeback over. If nothing else, it's the first over that has gone for fewer than double-digit runs. Just 7 runs coming from that over. At the end of 3, the score is 4-1 without loss. Overs, 41 runs on the board, and this is going to be, it appears, another change in bowling. This is going to be Turndeep Paul. Turndeep Paul bowling from highway end, orthodox spin, bowling to Sohan Matam, who is a big hitter of the ball. This should be an interesting matchup. Slapping it down the ground, but just a single. That's Ansh Boje down there on the boundary. Making sure that that stays at 1. As I mentioned, this should be an interesting matchup for me because Son Matam is only 3 from 4. Arikanantha at the other end expressing himself, 33 from 16. But Son Matam, in situations like this, especially if you are an aggressive hitter, you may feel the need to get caught up. This ball a little too far outside off. And so if you start feeling the need to get caught up and want to attack a bowler, Son Matam has the ability to go big. He is built very strongly, and of course it's an off spinner, so he'll be turning the ball into the right-handed hitter. So something to watch for when he comes back on strike. This is a reverse sweep though, running close to the boundary, and it will get there. Get there now. Arya Kanantha breaking out all of the stops, and he is off and running like he has a train to catch. 37 from 18 with 5 fours and a 6. And all of a sudden, the Texas Skywalkers may be feeling like they're under the gun here, because the Katy Raiders have gotten off to a really fast start. 47 runs on the board, and we're inside the 4th over. So you're scoring at the rate of 13.5 and over almost. Here is the next delivery. In the air, down the ground. Catch it is the cry. Long off is there, and he takes it. Big wicket there. That absolutely changes the equation, because, again, Arya Kanantha was looking to take the fight to the Texas Skywalkers, but the change in bowling clearly worked, because Tarandeep Saul has induced a false shot from Arya Kanantha, and it's a pretty simple catch taken in the deep by the fielder running around from long off. So, wicket down, and we'll see, just looking at the replay, just exactly how that developed. It really did look as though he mishit that ball, and really was kind of lucky to, well, not lucky, he's out, but the ball really could have gone anywhere, and he ended up just popping a simple catch that was taken at long off. So the first wicket down, the captain, Arya Kanantha, is back in the hutch. The score is 47 for 1. The new batter is Darshan Haribabu, the vice captain, joining the opening batter Sohan Matam. Sohan Matam 4 from 5. First ball to Darshan Haribabu, and that essentially he allows this one to go by without playing a shot. Now there's been a decent build-up, a platform set. Short ball going down the leg side, really not a good delivery. Easily put away for 4. Tried a quicker ball, turned deep ball, but dragged it down and just going down the leg side. Fine leg inside the circle. Never going to be something that troubles any batter. And it's a pretty straightforward shot to put away for 4. A successful over. A wicket fell from it, or fell in it. But 10 runs have already been scored, or 10 runs scored in that over. That stroke, by the way, bringing up to 50. So at the end of 4, the score is 51 for 1. So Daniel Bagani, first over went for 7 runs, so good over from that standpoint. Now bowling to Sohan Matam. Another interesting matchup. Down the leg side. I'll tell you what, that is going to go for 5 wides. Oh, that is dangerous. You don't want to give away free runs. Spraying it down the leg side and then adding insult to injury, it goes all the way for 4. So 5 wides to the total. No legal deliveries bowled yet in this over. I've said a couple times I'm expecting for Sohan Matam to be aggressive. He's naturally aggressive. Plus, with Arakanantha having been dismissed, it feels like the burden of scoring big would have switched to his shoulders, his broad shoulders. So let's see exactly how he approaches things from here. Good ball, bang on target. And he does well to field to his own bowling too, Daniel Bagani. So maybe not too early to revisit the conversation about projected scores, because as of right now, they've maintained the scoring rate well in excess of 12 for the last several overs into the fifth over now, and the current run rate of 13.44 translates to a score of 269. There goes Sohan Matam. Nobody out there. Doesn't time it cleanly, but it may have the legs to get to the boundary. And it does go all the way to the boundary for 4. So, more runs flowing. The score is now up to 60. So, 60, and you're still inside the power play. There's still 10 deliveries remaining inside the power play. So, it appears as though you have a lot of work to do to pull things back here if you are the Katy Raiders. My apologies, if you're the Texas Skywalkers. Because the Katy Raiders are off to a pretty quick start here. So, Sohan Matam looking for anything loose to be able to pounce on. Uppercut, very fine. Deep third in position. Oh, it trickles past him and goes for 4. My goodness. So he appeared to have it covered. I thought he did in fact have it covered. Just an intentional shot by Sohan Matam to guide it over the head of the keeper. And unfortunately for the Texas Skywalkers, not only did he not have it covered, he allowed it to slip through his grasp and go over the ropes at deep third. 2 balls remaining, over number 5 underway. 13 runs already on the board in this over. What can he do to pull things back here, Daniel Bagani? Good delivery. They take a quick single. My sense is that the Skywalkers will be perfectly happy giving them that single, particularly inside the power play. Only now 7 deliveries remaining inside the power play. After that, in other words, at the end of the 6th over, then you can certainly, if you feel the need to, spread your fielders out a little bit more. During the power play, you can only have 2 outside. One is down at deep backward square, the other is at deep third. So you're going to have to keep things on the proper length and line here. And this one goes straight to that fielder. Deep square leg. They're maybe coming back for 2. No, they're not. Good, strong throw to the keeper's end. And that is the end of over number 5. Last over of the power play coming up, but 15 runs already coming from that over. And the end of 5, the score is 66 for 1. Well, apologies, I jumped the gun on you. That, what you just saw, is the last ball of the over. Appeal for leg before wicket that gets turned down by the umpire. And now I can say at the end of over number 5, it's 66 for 1. going to be turn deep ball to continue. Bowling from the highway end. 1 over remaining in the power play. Fielders in the deep are long on and deep mid wicket. Stroking it into the covers, no run. Good example of bowling to your field there. Just making sure that nothing is too straight, nothing is too full, nothing is too wide, particularly down the leg side, because given where you are now, a ton of fielders inside the circle. Consecutive dot balls here to start over number 6. Power play has 4 more delivers remaining. Swept away into the deep. There's a man down there. 1 bounce directly to him. So this is good evidence of Taron DePaul setting his field and then bowling to that field. Because where you are now, platform appears to be set, even though they've lost the wicket. So you have to be careful to not let them run away from you. In the air, and it stays in the air for a really long time, and it lands about a yard over the fence at cow corner for 6. So Sohan Matam onto the back foot in a flash and pulling that one well over the top of cow corner, goes all the way for 6. And the wind is blowing from the northwest, and so going in exactly the direction that that ball went in. So once it was elevated that high in the air, that wind would have helped carry that ball toward the boundary rope. So more trouble here down the ground. This one is catchable though. Ansh Boje is there, and it goes all the way for 6. I thought he had it covered, and it essentially palmed it over the top of the rope. Boy, it stayed in the air for a really long time, and he appeared to have it covered, but I happen to be around 140 or so yards away from Ansh Boje, so I can't see exactly where he is or where his feet are. So he signaled 6 himself, so that tells you that you can be assured that that's exactly what happened there. 13 from the over. Here's the last ball of the over. Whipping it to short mid wicket, and it is a quiet end to what was another expensive over. 13 runs coming from it. At the end of 6, the power play is over, and the score is 79 for 1. So back after a bit of a break. Good. And it appears as though the player who was limping off is Joy Jadav. Opening fast bowler. You remember that he pulled up a number of times. Working this into the covers off the back foot, no run. Goes big. Where does it go? Long run. Fielder coming off of the boundary at deep square leg. And a couple more runs for Sohan Matam, who I would think would be looking to open up here. 81, 82 on the board. This is played into the offside, no run. And captain actually bowling a good over here. Goes off the back foot, that gets through. There's a man in the deep, that is Daniel Bagani. And throw coming to the non-markers end, so they get 3. So the Katy Raiders scoring at the rate of 12.6 and over, and we're into the 7th over. So this is a fearsome scoring rate. Goes big, that's 6. That goes all the way. Lands about 3 yards outside of the ropes at deep mid-wicket. And with that stroke, the score is now into the 90s. Not a whole lot of complication. If it's there for the hit, they're going through with the strike. And as of right now, scoring at the rate of 13.17 and over is going to put you in the position where you're looking up at a total of 263. So the Texas Skywalkers are going to have to be careful here, because more than anything else, this game can get out of control in a hurry. So in fact, that was the end of the over, that last strike. So at the end of 7, the score is 89 for 1. So Akhilesh Nanda Sudhakar with the ball in hand. 1 over so far, and it went for 19. So he'll want to do much better than that. He'll want somewhere around 5, if that's driven into the offside though. And this should be 2. In fact, getting through for the second pretty comfortably in the end. Looking to see where you are the rest of the way. You're a couple of delivers after this one. Couple of delivers into over number 8. This is going down the leg side, I believe. Oh, he gave him. Wow. No, not going down the leg side. In fact, hitting him, umpire believes, I think in front of leg stump. We are not directly in line with the stumps here. So from our angle, it appeared that it was going down the leg side. But clearly, umpire Vinit, who's in a much better position to be able to make that judgment, thought that it was hitting. And of course, when the umpire makes that decision, your job is to walk. And so that is the end of Sohan Matam. Looked good for the while that he was in there. Started to warm up, 26 from 16, 2 fours and 2 sixes. But he is dismissed here courtesy of a leg before decision given by umpire Vinit. And that's a wicket to Akhilesh Nanda Sudhakar. He's now on the way to down, and it essentially becomes an opportunity for rebuilding. So Darshan Haribabu is at the wicket, and he's now joined by Sharia Gaur after the dismissal of Sohan Matam. So Sharia Gaur in fact, just looking at this, we're going to take our strategic timeout. So that will be where we are right now. We'll be off the air for about 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and we'll be back shortly. So let's see if the strategic timeout would have helped. The Skywalkers continue to try to claw their way back into this game. Very full, driven back to the bowler. Spectator catch as that ball would have come off of the ground and then fielded cleanly on the one bounce, if you will. There's some people who play a version of cricket called one bounce cricket. Those rules do not apply in this situation, unfortunately. Turn into the leg side. Should be a single. In fact, they may try to get... Nope, they may have just thought about it but decided one was all enough. And so now with 2 balls remaining in over number 8, scoring rate has come down a little bit. It has come down to less than 2 runs a ball. It's now 11.74. It was up above 13 for a while. Here's the next delivery. Just opening the face and running it down to deep third. And I would think that should be just 1 over or 1 ball remaining in the over. "91 runs on the board, and you're almost at the point where there's 72 delivers remaining in the innings. 2 wickets in hand, or 2 wickets fell. Just played away into the offside. Should be at least a couple. They come there pretty quickly now. So good strong throw to the keeper, but 2 more runs to the total. That is the end of yet another productive over. In fact, my apologies. Let me take that back. It was a productive over, but for the bowlers, Texas Skywalkers, only 4 runs fell in that over, and they took a wicket. That is the end of over number 8, 93 for 2. The captain bringing himself back on, pushes this one through. He'll get a leg by as it trickles to short third. A more sedate start to the over this one. And I think that you'll see a bit of calm try to land in the direction of the Skywalkers. Captain, his bowling tends to do that. So a couple of dot balls. Well, 1 run scored off of from the leg by route, and then another dot ball. That's all that's been bowled so far in the over. Off the back foot, gets it very fine. It's running away down the hill, and it will be pulled back in front of the boundary. They may come back for 3. Did they come back for 3? I believe they did. So, there is a signal. 1 short. Missed that one when it happened live. Of course, we're very far away from the action. So we take the word of the Umpire Sagar, making sure that he signals to the scorers that one of those runs is short. And this is in the gap between cover and mid-off. It goes away for 4. And with the 100, exactly 101 is my unofficial score. Not sure exactly what the actual score is. The scoreboard taking some time to get caught up. But you're certainly past the 100 at this point. And to the extent that you have the ability to keep going, that really should be your only focus from here on. Tossed up inside out over the top of cover. It will run close to the boundary. Daniel Bagani doing the work to keep it from going all the way for 4. But Still another couple. And so 10 coming from the over so far. I may have jinxed Captain Aryan Satish by saying, quite accurately actually, that he is a good bowler who tends to slow down the scoring rate. Hasn't happened yet in this over though. Driven into the gap. 2 more is the call. No, they end up just settling for 1. But a good over. Your score after 9 is 104 for 2. .180, one would think would be about the most disappointing result for them from here. And this is going to be Ansh Boje with coming from the highway end. Right arm leg spinner bowling to the right-handed hitter. Defend. Right there, that's Taran Deep Paul. Making sure that no runs score. And with 65 balls remaining and 8 wickets in hand, one senses that this pair will start being aggressive in the air for a while, but gets through and will get for 4. Backward point was there. Short third was there. Neither one able to get to it. And it runs away down the hill. Really light outfield here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex, and 4 more runs to the total. So the Skywalkers are a bit under the gun at this point, because at 108 and you're not even halfway through the innings yet, boy, you're looking at a score that could easily get out of control. Darshan Haribabu, the vice captain, 27 from 17 with 3 fours and a 6. Shaurya Agar, 4 from 5. And there are absolutely hitters to come. So let's see exactly how well they do here. But one gets the sense that they're just getting settled. Next delivery, tossed up, whipped into the mid-wicket, make that cow corner area. Yet another single. And the good thing about the way that they've approached their innings, the Katy Raiders, is that they've gone big. There's 5 6s and 9 4s already, but they've already also manipulated the strike, getting singles, and that is evidenced by the number of dot balls that they've faced so far as they face a dot ball. The number of dot balls faced so far, 21, to include the one that you just saw. So 21 dot balls from here represents 36% of the deliveries that you faced. Looking to scoop it. Doesn't go where he wants it to, but it will still get 4. I think he was trying to scoop that over fine leg. Ball took a thick outside edge, went toward short third, defeated or evaded short third, and essentially saw him escorted to the boundary. So we'll see exactly how Ansh Boje closes out this over. Been expensive today, and in particular in this over. 9 coming from it, but he can close out strongly here. Looking to drive through the offside, missing out on that. And so that is the end of over number 10. We're halfway through the innings. 9 from the over, 47 from the last 5. The score is 113 for 2. ball. So, new bowler coming from the Forest End. This is going to be Cheyenne Chakraborty. And bowling now to this pair that has put on a good partnership. Full toss, low full toss, hit into the gap. In fact, toward the gap, but mid-off is able to get over. Mid-on is able to come over and cover it. Sharia Gore 4 from 8. Darshan Haribabu 28 from 13. 3 4s and a 6. And here's Chakraborty again. Full toss. Down the ground, one bound. Oh, it's signaled as a no ball. Boy, a full toss no ball. I mentioned earlier that there are different types of no balls. So this no ball is because it is a full toss above waist height. And because it's a full toss above waist height, not only is it illegal delivery, it's a no ball, but the next delivery is a free hit, which is what you're about to see here. In the air, down the ground. One bounce, good work. Bowling a lot of full tosses, Cheyenne Chakraborty. And you might have just heard Ansh Boje pitch it. Yes, I completely agree with that. Got to make them play you off the ground. Well, that length was better, but the line was going down the leg side. And it swept away. Is actually lucky that only cost him 1 run, because that easily could have gone away for 4 had there been better contact made on that. And so 3 balls remaining now in over number 11. Full toss again. Here's a fielder in the deep. Quizzical look at the umpire at square leg. Umpire Vineet seems to think that this one is fine. But he's playing with fire here, Cheyenne Chakraborty, because any one of these deliveries that is a full toss above waist height will be judged as a no ball. So you're going to want to make sure that they play you off of the pitch. Low full toss this time in the gap, and a good diving stop by the fielder running around from long on. 2 more runs. This is turning into an expensive over. So far, there's been a handful of runs. We'll give you an update on the number of runs so far, but you're going to want to make sure that you clean up these errors if you are Cheyenne Chakraborty. This should be the last ball of the over. The last ball of the over is actually the best of all of them. So that's a good way to close the over out. 8 coming, we'll make that 7 coming from the over. At the end of 11, the score is 120 for 2. $120 for 2. And Cheyenne Chakraborty might consider himself lucky in that last over. Bowled a number of full tosses, but none of them cost him big. And including the one that went for a free hit, only cost him 1 run. So it's going to be Ansh Boje Wants to come in and bowl, but he has to pull out of his run-up as Shariagar apparently has some sort of flying insect that might have just gone in his face. Boje, good line. Keep it right there if you want to stay out of trouble. Fumbled on the infield, but oldest rule in cricket, never run on a misfield. And the batters choose to essentially stay put. And so that is a dot ball to start over number 12. Oh, good delivery. A little bit of extra bounce on that one. Bouncing over the attempted cut shot. Ash Boje looking to work pretty quickly here. Doesn't want the batter to get settled. Working it into the offside. Wanted a run, but no realistic chance of getting that one. So 3 straight dot balls to start this over. Much, much better over on the way here for Ash Boje. 5 runs conceded, but all 5 came from his first over. Looking now to see if he can close out this over in a strong fashion. This is driven wide of long on. Deep mid-wicket coming off of the rope. And they essentially walk a single. Katy Raiders, I've said before a number of times, this does not by any means always hold true, but a rough gauge of what the first inning score will be is by doubling the score after 12. Whipped away into the deep, just now 1 run to deep mid-wicket. Well, after, in fact, 1 ball remaining here in the 12th over. The score is now 122. If you were to double the score from here, you'd get to 244. I don't know that you get to 244, but I would think somewhere around 200 is minimum that they'd be looking for. In the gap again in that same direction, but mid-wicket has had a lot of work to do. I think there were always 2 runs there, even though he bobbled that one. Not much he could have done to stop that second run. So a good over overall, 4 runs coming from it. And at the end of over number 12, the score is 124 for 2. Another full toss to start over number 13, and it goes for 6, and it is a no ball again. So all kinds of trouble here. A full toss over the waist, no ball, hit for 6, and it goes for the next one will be free hit. So that brings the score to 130 for 2, with no official deliveries having been bowled in over number 13 yet. So full toss, no ball, having trouble finding the right length, my goodness. Next delivery, that's the length that he needs to bowl right there. And he absolutely needs to maintain that line. Well, maybe not so much the line, but the length. He's bowled, the majority of the deliveries that he's bowled have been full tosses. That's the ball there. And that is exactly what he's looking to do. But he needs to be consistent. He needs to keep that ball in exactly that spot. Anything that is fuller than that, there he goes again, and this is lofted in the air, and it's going to be over the ropes for 6. Boy, I'll tell you, that would have been in his heart, might have been in his mouth that time, Darshan Hari Babu. But it did sail all the way over the top of deep mid wicket. And there's a captain out there. Aryan Satish, and this is struck back to him for no run. But this is an over that is turning into a pretty ordinary affair. 14 runs coming from it already with 2 balls to go. Looking to play this in the offside. That's well bowled, actually keeping it on that length outside the line of off. So he ends the over with a dot. So thankfully for him, at least from his standpoint, that is the case. But it was another expensive one. 2 overs, none for 21 are his figures, Shayan Chakraborty, to include a number of full tosses that he's going to have to fix if he's going to keep bowling in this match. End of 13, 138 for 2. Boje back into the attack. Short of length, working it into the offside. It's running away down the hill. And that's good athletic piece of work to get there, but then it trickles over the rope. And it goes for 4. No signal yet from the umpire, but I think the way that fielder stopped is pretty much an indication that it went all the way for 4. So not a good start to the over here for the Texas Skywalkers. Andrew Boja's figures so far 2.1 overs, none for 13. Shayan Chakraborty 2 overs, none for 21. Aryan Satish 2 overs, none for 18. So a lot of bowlers used. So he'll have his pick of bowlers to use at the death here, Captain Aryan Satish, including himself. But whoever it is who is going to have to know that all on the right length and on the right line. Short of length this time, working it behind point. Good work in the deep. They'll come back for, oh my goodness, they wanted to come back for a second one. Is he out? No indication yet. Umpire, yep, he's out. Now he's walking off. Or is he? Yes, he's walking off. The helmet is off. In fact, I believe it might have been so obviously out that umpire Sagar did not feel the need to raise his finger. A disappointing way to be out. But I'll tell you, Katy Raiders are now at 142 for 2, make that 143 for 3. Because having gotten 1 run, they were trying to get a second. And in going for that second run, a run out was effected at the striker's end. 143 for 3. We'll confirm that in a second as the scoreboard is having a hard time catching up with us. But this is going to be, I think, a photo finish for the back end. The batter dismissed after not being able to make it back in time safely for that second run. So the new batter is going to be Krish Panchal. Krish Panchal coming to the wicket to replace Shari Agar. Looking to play this in the offside. Not making any contact. In the meantime, Darshan Haribabu at the non-strikers end, 45 from 29, 4 fours and 2 sixes. Down the leg side, that's going to be wide. Darshan Haribabu, beneficiary of a decent inning so far. 155 strike rate, 45 from 29. Currently at the non-strikers end. In the air, down to deep mid-wicket for a single. And you're closing in on a pretty big score here. 145 for 3 with 3 deliveries remaining. Make that 1 delivery remaining in over number 14. Short of length played into the offside. Oh, direct hit at the striker's end. Could have made things interesting, but ultimately it just becomes a dot ball. So, good over. 7 runs from the over and the wicket taken. So, successful over for Ansh Boja. He has 1 left, 3 overs, 1. In fact, he did not take a wicket because that wicket was via run out. So his 3 overs have cost 16, but he's been economical, so that's good. His economy rate 5.3 as compared to an overall run rate of 10.36 in this over so far. Or in this inning so far. So he's a net positive to his team from this point on. End of 13, make that 14. The score is 145 for 3. So last 6 overs coming up, 36 deliveries remaining. The score is 145. If you score at the rate of a run ball from here, you get to 181, but they'll be looking for more than that. Driven down the ground, it should just be 1. Akhilesh Balan with the fielder who is coming in from long on to make sure that that remains just 1 run. But Darshan Haribabu on 46 from 31 balls, 4 fours and 2 sixes. In the air, this should be taken on the infield. Oh my goodness, bobbled it forever and it fell loose, and they'll get 2 to boot. Oh, that will be disheartening. This is absolutely disheartening. The ball while could have been taken, really should have been taken, but not only is it dropped, but then they give up an additional 2 runs. So that takes Darshan Haribabu now to 47 31, 4 4 and 2 sixes. Driven down the ground, in fact, diving, almost wanted to put in a dive at extra cover. That same fielder who dropped that ball. Matter of fact, it almost is the case that if you drop catch, the ball attempts to find you. And by the way, 149 is on the board now, so 1 away from 150, ahead of what one might think is a launch toward the back end of this innings. It's captain, by the way, who's brought himself back on here, Aryan Satish, bowling his 3rd over, none for 22 from his so far, and that does in fact bring up 150. Good work by the Katy Raiders, but again, you get the sense that they're going to be really looking to launch toward the back end of this innings. Another 32 balls remaining, tossed up, almost an instant replay, working this down into the deep to Ansh Boja. A number of deliveries have gone down right in that direction to him. One of the better fielders in the side, and somebody who you can count on to field in the deep in situations like this. Goes off the back foot this time, plays it square, extra cover skipping across, making sure he cleans up. 7 from the over, That is the end of over number 15. Last four coming up, 152 for 3. $152 for 3, and the umpires have heard the signal from Coach Danish Canaria that they want a strategic timeout. So a 2-minute 30-second break coming up. We'll be back for the last 5 overs in just a minute. Last 5 overs, Ansh Boje into the attack. This ball is lofted into the deep for a single. They'll be looking for a lot more than singles, I would suspect, from this point on, because you only have another 29 balls left. Darshan Haribabu lofted, in fact driven down the ground for a single, and that's 50 for Darshan Haribabu. Might be able to hear the applause in the distance from his teammates. 50 from 34 balls faced, 4 fours and 2 sixes. But one suspects that he is just now about to start cutting loose. This is Krish Panchal. And oh, look at this. His delivery gets right through him and knocks over the leg stump. Look at the celebration from Ansh Boje. He really enjoyed that one. And that delivery, don't know that it did a whole lot special. I think that it's the case that Krish Panchal just played all around it and ends up losing his leg stump. So that is wicket number 4 to go down. Good delivery from Ansh Boje. In fact, I said leg stump, my apologies. Looking back at the replay now, it kissed off stump. A little bit of turn away from the attempted hoik over the leg side. Remember, Ansh Boje is a right-handed. Against the turn, so every reason why he would have missed that one. And so now Sachin Selvakumar is the new batter, coming in at 4 down to join his vice captain Darshan Haribabu. And here is Sachin Selvakumar stroking it right past the bowler down the ground. Should just be a single. Immediately off the mark is Sachin Selvakumar. Sachin Selvakumar, brother of Surya Selvakumar. And if I may be so selfish as to mention this for a second, was a teammate of my son, the very first match that he played in, if memory serves correctly, 2013. So both of them have come a long way since then. It's good bowling by Ansh Boje, getting that ball exactly in the right area that where he cannot be attacked. You can tap him for singles, and he'll accept that at this stage, but not able to get any leverage to go for any of those big shots, which is exactly what you want. Good delivery. Played into the leg side. They may try to come back for 2. Sachin Selvakumar wanted to come back for the second run, but it was not there, and that is a good over by Ansh Boje. Really, really good over. 156 runs on the board, but only 4 runs coming from that over and the wicket. So that tells you how good an over that was. It's over number 16 goes for only 4. That tells you that you're in the situation now where you may have just done enough in the last few overs to pull things back, because the score was looking like it was going to be north of 200 for a while. Now they're going to have to do some work to get that far. End of 16, 156 for 4. Aryan Satish with the ball in hand. He will be bowling his last over. Big hit down the ground for 6. That is a lovely strike from Darshan Haribabu. Middled it right down the ground, and it goes all the way for 6. Flat, struck hard. In fact, I may consider myself lucky it wasn't struck in this direction, because it's one of those that can take out all of the electronics that are on this table. So Darshan Haribabu opens things up here, attacking the captain of the Texas Skywalkers, going right down the ground for 6. 162 on the board. Now here is Aryan Satish. Quicker delivery, worked into the leg side. That should just be 1, and that's all that they get. Now, Sachin Selvakumar is a very strong, very tall him if you're Aryan Satish. For the big wave and a miss outside off. So good comeback. Big six down the ground. And let's see what he has in store for the second half of this over. Quicker, and it's pulled into the deep. There's a man out there though. That's good protection. Well, coming back for the second. Oh, throw coming into the non-striker's end, but do get two where I think that should have only been one. Urgency running between the wickets being shown here by the Katy Raiders. Tries a reverse sweep, gets it over the head of short third, and that will run away for four, I believe. It does go for four, and this is turning into a really big over. 13 from the over so far with one ball still remaining. And Aryan Satish, body language is not suggesting one that is full of confidence right now. Boja telling him no worries, and I would agree with that. And here we go. After the last 5 deliveries, 13 runs have been scored. And you're now down to the last 19 deliveries of the innings, 169 runs on the board. How well can Aryan Satish close this out? Tosses it up. Doesn't go exactly where he was looking for it, Sachin Selvakumar. But it does trickle to fine leg for a single. 14 come from that over. Big one for the Katy Raiders. 4 remaining. Last 3 overs. Darshan Haribabu looking dangerous. He's on 58 from 38. Sachin Selvakumar on strike. Oh, looks to scoop. That doesn't go where he was intending, but it gets down to deep third, and they just get one. That should be all that they'll need. Now, not exactly sure what the conversation is about, but it does mean that Haribabu is on strike. Sachin Selvakumar, 8 from, make that 9 from 6. And Darshan Haribabu, with the man who is at the moment more dangerous, is on strike. 8 from 38 with 4 4s and 3 big 6s, so he can do a lot of damage. Back for his third over. So you're doing well here if you can keep scoring in singles, the Texas Skywalkers, because the Katy Raiders license to go hell for leather in these last 6. 172. 172 is a lot of runs, but considering they're on pace to score well north of 220 for a while, this is doing well to keep them to a run a ball. Top edge. And again, straight down to deep third. I'll tell you what, this field is set exactly for this type of bowling. Daniel Bagani is bowling just short of length, finding the edge. The fielders in the deep, particularly this man at deep third, are able to pick up those loose deliveries. 3 singles from over inning in over number 18. So one suspects, since Daniel Bagani is into his third over, that he will also bowl over number 20. Slower through the air, in the air toward deep mid wicket, and it goes all the way for 4. So Daniel Bagani had been going well so far in this over, but this time tries the slower ball, gets it wrong, gets it too short, I think, and it's just pulled away into the deep for a 4. 177 on the board, down to the last 14 balls in this innings. And it's a well set Darshan Haribabu, 59 from 39. Make that 63 from 40 after that boundary. 5 4s now and 3 6s. Sachin Selvakumar at the non-striker's end. Here's Daniel Bagani again. Pace on this time. Lofted in the air. It's going to land safely. Tarandeep Paul in the area but cannot get to it. It appears as though Daniel Bagani bowls better when he's bowling pace. When he takes pace off, he's a little wayward with his line and his length. On, he generally lands in the right areas. So let's see what this last one is like. Now, we're bowling to a big, strong man like Sachin Selvakumar. This would be a genuine short ball. Shortish in the air and put down. It was in the air. In any version of cricket, that's one of the simpler catches that you can hope to get. Tarandeep Paul gets it, judged it well, took it exactly where you want to take it, just at head height, palms upward, and it hit and bounced free. So that is the end of the over. 9 runs coming from it, 8 runs and a wicket. Unfortunately for the Texas Skywalkers, you lose the opportunity to get rid of Darshan Haribabu. I'm sorry, to get rid of Sachin Selvakumar. So now Sachin Selvakumar is back on strike to start over number 19. So into the last 12 balls, 179 runs are on the board. Anything in the range of 17 or 18, I would think at a minimum is what you'd be looking for here if you're the Katy Raiders. If you're the Skywalkers, if you can restrict them to somewhere around 10 or 12 in these next 12 balls, I would think that that's going to be what you'd want. So here we go. This is Akhilesh Nanda Sudhakar. Pulls it down to deep square leg. They run through for a couple. Direct hit. That's going to be out. It's given. I'll tell you what, that is such a good throw from the outfield. A direct hit from about 55 yards. That is not easy to do, but he does get that accurate throw in. A dive by Sachin Selvakumar, not in time. Don't know that it makes a big difference in this instance. They're just trying to get as many runs as they can in as short a period as they can. You only have 11 balls remaining, and that is the end of Sachin Selvakumar. Last, I would think, with giving the strike to Darshan Haribabu. Darshan Haribabu 64 from 41 with 5 4s and 3 6s. And at the wicket now, actually, is the man they call the Katy Speedster, Aaron Nadkarni. Aaron Nadkarni, the son, as I've said a number of times, of probably the more better known cricketers in the history of USA cricket, Sushil Nadkarni, gets this one down to long on, off the mark immediately. So 2 runs from 2 balls. This is good stuff, good bowling from Akhilesh Nanda Sudhakar. First over went for 19, but he's done well since then. 2.1 overs, 1 for 26 are his figures so far. Scoop shot. Oh, just evades the outstretched arm of the keeper and runs away for 4. Very intentional. He's stepping inside the line, trying to scoop it. I don't know that he meant to scoop it that fine. I think he was trying to get it to go more toward fine leg. Just evading the keeper's outstretched left glove and runs away down the hill for 4. So bonus runs there. And now Darshan Haribabu gets into the 70s. He's now 72 from 43 with 7 4s and 3 6s. Score now up to 185. My apologies. That score is actually 68. 68 from 42. 6 4s and 3 6s. Tries the scoop again. Goes to the well once too often. Only has it sort of come off the Q end of the bat. Trickling back to the bowler for no run. Last 2 balls in his last over, the penultimate over of the innings, Kailashnan Sudhakar. And obviously he's only bowled 2.5 overs, but in this version of cricket, we're only playing 20 overs, and this is over number 19, so he can't bowl anymore in this match. Very full, goes for the big drive and misses. And my apologies, I was wrong on the over count. There is now only 1 ball left in the over. And we will see exactly how this last ball develops, or is it 1 ball remaining? Okay, I may be off here. Let's just assume there's 2. No, it is 1 ball remaining. So here's the last ball. Slapping it into the cover as that's off of the extra cover fielder. That is Daniel Bagani. Deflects it. It does well enough to keep it from going through. If that gets through him, that's 4. They get 2 runs from that last over, or from that last ball, so 8 runs from the over. And that means that going into the last over, they will be facing down a score of 187. Aaron Nadkarni will be on strike. He's faced 1 delivery and scored 1 run, and he'll be facing up to Daniel Bagani. But I would think Aaron Nadkarni's mindset would be just to get bat on ball, and then hopefully from his standpoint, or at least from the standpoint of the team, allow Darshan Haribabu to be back on strike. Here's Nadkarni. Strapping, big, fast bowler. So fast bowlers generally like to hit big, but I would think, and there he goes, he's hitting big, but how far has it gone? He took the catch. That is a really well judged catch in the deep, long on, right there, judges it perfectly well. I think that's the captain out there. I think that is Aryan Satish, and that is a really, really well judged catch. And very casual too, just very, very casual. Took it without much fuss. You almost wonder whether or not anything consequential happened. He was so casual. But that's not an easy catch. Not the ball, but then make sure that you maneuver yourself to stay inbounds. Now, Darshan Haribabu having a long talk with the new batter coming to the crease, and I'm pretty sure the conversation is something like, get me on strike. This is going to be V.S. Sriman facing now up to Daniel Bagani down the ground, and I'm sure this is all that they'll accept is just 1 run. Wanted to come back for the second. Why on earth would they want to do that? I think the man who has 60, make that 70 runs against his name is the one who should be on strike. 70 from 45 with 6 4s and 3 6s. So let's see how well he can do here. So here's Darshan Haribabu. This is a good over, by the way, so far. Underway by Daniel Bagani. So down to the last 4 balls of the innings. Moving the chess pieces around. There's now a man going in at deep cow corner. Make that deep mid wicket. There's a long on and long off on the ropes. There's a deep third and a deep fine leg. Something short you would think is coming. Ooh, not something short. It's a double bluff. Gets it full, and a big attempted drive goes by the bat of Darshan Haribabu. So good bowling. 1 run already from 3 deliveries in the 20th. This is a really, really good fight back by the Texas Skywalkers. Now, Daniel Bagani has to close out properly here. You cannot give Darshan Haribabu anything to hit, and he's very competent with the sweep and scoop shots, so you have to be careful when you're bowling short of length. Thick edge, and gets down to the keeper. To deep third, and they get a single. That's all they'll get. This is such good bowling by Daniel Bagani. Last 2 balls, only 2 runs from the over so far. Over number 20 has yielded 2 runs. This is really absolutely brilliant bowling by Daniel Bagani and the Texas Skywalkers. So down to the last 2 balls. 189 runs on the board. And let's see what Daniel Bagani has up his sleeve. As I mentioned earlier, I think he bowls better when he's bowling pace on. Full and driven down the ground. In fact, it's driven right into the stumps at the non-striker's end. And then Daniel Bagani probably should have held on to that one. Took a shy at the stumps, hit directly, but it did. He was already in effectively, so they stole an extra run. So they take 2, which means that this last ball will be faced by the new batter, FieldsManager. 191 runs on the board, so barring any extras, they will end up with a total under 200, when for a while it appeared that they would get something in the neighborhood of 210 to 20. So let's see how well he can close things out here. Daniel Bagani at the top of his mark. It's taking a little bit of extra time. I believe he's retying his shoelaces and should be ready to go here very shortly. But FieldsManager on strike and ready to swing for the fences, I would think. Good delivery, goes past the outside edge. They run for a bye for the last ball, and that is a good last over by Daniel Bagani. Only 5 runs coming from it, one of which was a bye, that last bye you just saw, and a wicket taken with the first ball. So the last 5 overs only yield 40 runs. Going at 8 and over is generally not a bad thing, but if you were looking for a while like you were on target to score well over 200, then 8 and over in your last 5 is something by which you'd be disappointed. Scores: Arya Kanantha 37 from 19, Sohan Matam 28 from 17, Darshan Haribabu not out 71 from 47 with 6 fours and 3 sixes. Shawregar 15 from 20, Krish Panchal 5, Sachin Savakumar 12, Aaron Nadkarni 1, and FieldsManager not out 3. For the bowlers, Joy Jadav, who unfortunately left injured. Need to get sort of an update on where he is, but his 1 over cost 14 runs. Akhilesh Nanda Sudhakar 3 overs, 1 for 33. Daniel Bagani, Tarandeep Paul, and Ansh Boje with 1 wicket each. Of those 3, the most economical easily was Ansh Boje. In fact, the most economical of all the bowlers today for the Texas Skywalkers. So that is the end of the innings. Maybe 10 or so minute break, and then we'll come back for the chase, where the Texas Skywalkers will try to overhaul a score of 193. See you shortly. Welcome back to the Pro Review Cricket Complex, where Aaron Nadkarni has a new ball in hand, and he'll be looking to help his team defend a score of 193. 193 is the target that the Texas Skywalkers will be going after. Ranak Saluja and Ansh Boje are your two openers. Ranak Saluja is on strike. Aaron Nadkarni, first ball outside the line of off for a dot. Very far outside the line this time. This is too far outside the line for the liking of umpire Sagar. So that is the first run of the chase. And that first run comes via the route of a wide ball. You're needing to score from here at the rate of 9.68 and over. So I mentioned earlier, if you were listening, that they didn't to the Katy Raiders, but too far outside the line though, so you're going to have to fix the line if you are Aaron Nadkarni. Most important thing, if you have a side that is chasing an imposing total, just make them play. Absolutely have to make them play. If they play and get an edge and it flies away for 4, you'll take that rather than giving them extra balls and extra runs. So it's going to be very important. Just allow them to get back the ball, especially early in the innings. It's very important. True, that is a good length too for the big fast bowler. That's an excellent length, short of length. And the keeper takes a chest height. That's what you want to see as a big fast bowler. Now, it's going to be up to him, though, to make sure that he keeps the line where it needs to be. And you don't mind him playing you for runs off of that line. Anything on off stump, fourth stump, that's sort of the line you need to try to play him, to make him play from. There it is again. That is exactly the line that you need to bowl. 3 dot balls. Every delivery that he's bowled has not been wide. The batter has not been able to lay bat to ball yet, Ranak Saluja. So faced 3 deliveries officially. Unofficially, he's faced 5, but 2 of those are wides. But the idea is now to just make him play, and you live or die with the results. The idea is to make him put bat on ball. 2 straight down the leg side. Clips the pad. Luckily for him, Aaron Nadkarni, that's the case, because otherwise that could easily have been considered as a wide, but because it touched the pad, just another dot ball. So nothing yet off the bat. 2 deliveries remaining here in over number 1. Aaron Nadkarni again. Down the leg side. So again, having issues finding the right line. Has already bowled 7 deliveries in this over. This will be at least a 9-ball over. Of course, an over is 6 legal deliveries. So if you're bowling wides, then those are not legal deliveries, and you're going to have to re-bowl them. And Aaron Nadkarni just needs to find that ball on the right line. Oh, short and put away over mid-wicket for 4. Ranak Saluja was ready, made that Ranak Saluja was ready for the short ball and climbed into it, put it away for 4. So you're doing the right thing if you're bowling on off stump, short of length, drawing him forward, beating him outside off stump, but then you try to knock one in short, and you might have just heard off camera Danish Kennery, the coach, saying he likes to play that shot. Don't give him that ball wide outside the line of off, too far outside the line of off. Yet another wide. So turning into a bit of an expensive over to start with here for Aaron Nadkarni. And just feels like that top of off stump or top of fourth stump length and line is what you'd be looking for here. And just make him play you off of that line, because anything other than that, you're providing scoring opportunities. Here is the last ball. Little straight, but that's a better length for me. That length draws him forward, and that same length on a fourth stump line is what you'd be looking for from your big fast bowler. So a single to close things out here in over number 1. The score is 9 without loss.
Come on, guys! Come on, quick, change! Come on, Arya, quick change! Short fine, who is short fine? Third man came here, bhagi it up. All the way. Or Bharti re, Bharti. Yeah, Bharti re.
One over ball, the score is 9 without loss. Ball coming from the highway end is going to be Vardhan Handa. Left arm over the wicket. Played into the offside for no run. So I talked a lot in the first game about the advantages of a left arm fast bowler bowling over the wicket to a right-hander. That's what you have here. From over the wicket, you have the advantage of getting that angle slanting across the batter. If you swing it, you can swing it back into him, or the natural ball or the natural angle going across him is a good one. This is going to be a leg by, I believe. For some reason, Rana Saluja was watching the ball instead of running through for the leg by. But a good start here. Dot to start with, and then the second delivery goes for a leg by. So you'll accept that as a bowling side. Now, a different challenge here now, bowling to the left-handed Ansh Boje. The left-hander, left-arm fast bowler will be swinging it, if it's swinging at all, will be swinging it away from the left-hander. And so that's why you have a slip fielder, and that's why you have a man at deep point, and they also have a man down at deep third. And that ball is swinging, and it gets through the fielder and the covers. They'll get a couple. And in fact, it goes all the way for 4. So that really should have been stopped in the covers. You get the sense, listening to Coach Danish Canary, that he expected for that one to be stopped. Ansh Boje getting off the mark immediately. First ball that he faces goes through the covers for 4. But that is what you want for the new batter. You want him to be playing. You want him to be coming forward and driving. Any amount of movement, whether in the air or off the seam, and that's where the slips come into play. That's where the fielder backward point comes into play. So you'd prefer that than to be giving up runs via the extras route. There it is, good delivery, bang on target, played into the covers for no run. And so Ranak Saluja and Ansh Boje have a really steep mountain to climb, both of them. Another 179 runs needed, and you're already starting to run out of balls. Just 110 balls left, needing to score at the rate of 9.76 and over. So every 6 balls, you need to be scoring 10 runs. Short, whipped away behind square. In fact, in front of square, it goes this time for 4. And as a fast bowler who's bowling to a left-hander, you lose the advantage if you go down the leg side. He absolutely loves anything down the leg side. A fast bowler, really a left-handed batter, loves that ball where he can get inside the line. And just looking at that one, where that one was bowled from and where it was headed toward, it was sort of an in-between length. It was maybe bouncing waist height and then going down the leg side. Excuse me. Those are easily put away by most left-handed batters, and especially a left-handed batter who knows he's staring up at another 175 runs to get. You're essentially helping him score when you have that sort of a delivery. So change in plan here. There's a deep square leg and there is a deep point. So to me that says they're going to be bowling short of length and either wide or straight, but they're going to be asking him to play on the offside, squeeze off the outside edge and running away for 4. More work for me to do.
Brian, you're still got it in you, buddy.
Not quite. So, apologies for going off air for a second. I had a ball to field. Two overs, and you have a long way to go. But this is a good start. Back to Aaron Nadkarni. Down the leg side. Yet another wide. So Aaron Nadkarni is going to have to fix the line that he's bowling. Sometimes the simple things make most sense. So you have the pace of Aaron Nadkarni. I'd say some more about that in just a second. That's the ball that you need to bowl. A single that gets run down to deep third. If you have his pace, sometimes you can get carried away by trying to bowl too fast. Sometimes in these situations, the best thing to do is just bowl within yourself and focus on your line and your length. Because if you get the length right, and particularly if you get the line right, he's a good enough bowler and a quick enough bowler that even 75 to 80% of his pace is good enough. But if you strain for the magic ball, then that's when sometimes you can get into trouble. He's a different challenge here now, bowling to the left-handed Anch Boje. And he has 7 on the offside. There's a slip, a deep third, a cover, backward point, gully, and mid-off. So my apologies. Yeah, 6 on the outside, looking for the cut, and goes past the outside edge. That is exactly the ball that he needs to bowl. And if you were to bowl that delivery for the remainder of your spell, I think his coach would be happy. Even if they're scoring off of you, they're scoring off of your good balls. And they need to do a whole lot of scoring to get another 169 runs in the next 106 balls. Make that 105 balls. 2 straight this time, clipped into the deep, but there's a fielder out there for that exact shot, and he gets a single. So once again, runs are on the board, and so you have the relatively straightforward task of just making sure that the opposition does not get to 193 runs. So you have a number of ways of being able to effect that sort of result. And one of the most straightforward ways of doing it is just bowling length and line. Good, just exactly like that. Defended to mid-on for no run. Overall, so far, a better over from Aaron Nightcarney. Just one wide and 2 singles from 5 deliveries bowled, 4 of them legal. So let's see how well he can close things out here in this over. Required rate 9.69. Ooh, there's the effort ball. Sails past the outside edge into the gloves of the keeper. So 25 runs are on the board. By way of comparison, in the first innings at this stage, the Katy Raiders had 41 runs on the board. So you're well ahead of the game that way if you're the Raiders. It really is just a matter of continuing to pile on pressure. And you bowl or you build pressure by bowling dot balls and by bowling balls that are difficult to score off of. That's 2 straight down the leg side for the second wide of the over. But a good over on the way. 4 from the over so far. 2 of them wides, 2 of them singles. Ronak Saluja 6 from 11 with 1-4. Ansh Boje 13 from 6 with 3 fours. They are the ones who are being asked to assist in overhauling a really challenging total. Short, whipped away down the leg side for 4. So onto the hips. The extra ball actually hurts you in this instance. Remember, an over is 6 balls, so this was ball number 8 because of the extras. And the 8th ball gets put away for a boundary, so 8 runs coming from the over. At the end of over number 3, the score is 30 without loss. So 3 overs bowled, 30 without loss is the score. Believe it or not, Texas Skywalkers are scoring at a rate that would allow them to win this match if they maintain it. So this match is a really long way from being over. But if you're the Katy Raiders, you want to clean this up. This is again going to be Vaidan Handa. Good delivery, bang on target, defended to point for no run. So this really can be a learning experience for the Katy Raiders. They're a strong team. They bat very well. And their bowlers have all the tools. They just need to maintain the discipline that's needed to be successful in situations like this. Whipped away. Oh, diving attempt by the man at mid-wicket. Not going to get there. And I think he may just have taken some of the pace off of that ball, meaning that they only get 2 runs instead of what I thought initially was going to be a boundary. So, and in fact, they only got, they got 2 for that. Did I just see a free hit signaled? I may have seen a free hit signaled by umpire Vineet. I may have just caught the back end of that. But let's see. Don't know that yes, it was a no ball, and so now 2 runs plus a no ball plus this is a free hit. Short. Hammered away into the deep. Did it go all the way for 6? Yes, it did go all the way for 6. So, my goodness, this is becoming a little bit difficult because that delivery from Ansh or to Ansh Boje was put away for 6 over mid-wicket. And so 9 runs already from the over. This is getting more and more difficult because the Katy Raiders, again, are missing out on their disciplines. It really is a matter of not overstepping, bowling the right length, bowling the right line, and just making them go after you. But if you help them, then you're essentially making this game a lot closer than it should be. Square of the wicket, that's going to be 4 more. What a lovely shot, opening the face, piercing that gap between backward point and cover. And it races away across the fast outfield for yet another boundary. So Ant Boje has raced along now to 25 from 10 with 3 fours, make that 4 fours and a 6. And now change in field as there's a deep third and a deep cover. And you might have been able to hear Coach Danish Canaria asking for a wide Yorker. With this type of field, that's not a surprising request. There is the Yorker squeezed out into the backward point area for no run. So the magic ball is not necessarily what you should be looking for here, and I think the coach has realized that all you need to do is just bowl balls that you cannot score boundaries off of. And the field, as I mentioned a second ago, as you might have heard him say, is set for wide Yorkers. So look for something full and on the stumps or just outside of off stump. Might have gotten away with that because that was not a Yorker, and there's acres of room on the leg side. So had that gotten through the infield, that may well have run away for 4. 14 runs from the over so far with 1 ball remaining. So I'll tell you, this is not going to be an easy chase, but once again, this game has been a lot closer than one might think it should be. Matching up to where they were, the Katy Raiders at this stage in their innings, they had 44 runs. And I think that you'll be able to see that that's something that they'll want to be on top of. Full toss, sliced off of the top, over the top, I should say, of Gully, and runs away for 4. So an expensive over. 18 runs coming from over number 4. And look at this. Off to the races. 48 without loss after 4. They're scoring at 12 runs and over. They're scoring at the rate of 2 runs off of every ball. And this, again, should not be as difficult to chase as a defense of 192 runs, but it is being made right now to look very pedestrian because the Katy Raiders are not quite sticking to their disciplines, and they're being punished for it. End of over number 4, 48 without loss. So 48 for 4. Darshan Haribabu, the vice captain and the top scorer in the first innings, now has the ball in hand because pace has not worked so far. You still have 2 overs remaining inside the power play, but they're needing to change what is going on the pitch because the pace bowlers have gone at the rate of 2 runs off of every ball, conceding 12 runs and over. So Darshan Haribabu with his off spin is now into the action, looking to make sure that he pulls things back. 1 run taken from the very first ball. Darshan Haribabu, again, a finger spinner, orthodox spinner. Bowling to the left-handed Ansh Boje, bowling around the wicket and getting it to hopefully leave him. But to the right-hander is now switched to bowling over the wicket. And so will just be to keep the ball out of his hitting zone. then a turn, it is in the direction of the leg side. But it also is the fact that there's a bit of a wind. It's maybe 10, 12 miles an hour. But if he elevates the ball here around Oxaluja, he will be hitting it into the wind. In other words, if he elevates it on the leg side towards the bottom right of your screen, if he hits it in that direction, it will be hit with the wind. So a lot of movement here, but they'll be looking to make sure that they keep things quiet, and that is a dot ball. Next delivery, pushing it through at pace, so wanting to stay out of the hitting zone, and so far choosing to not toss it up, not wanting to tempt fate in that way. His next delivery, pushing it through again. So he is an off spinner, but he's bowling right now almost at the pace of a medium pace bowler. No flight, just pushing it through at pace and trying to keep the ball out of the hitting zone. Same thing there. Up in the air though, catchable. Oh, and put down. It was in the air for a very long time. The fielder got there, did everything he needed to do, but just put it down. And you see his reaction because he knows that that's one that should have been taken. It was in the air for a really long time. Ranok Saluja is very strong, pulling the ball in that direction, but it stayed up there and really should have been taken. Looking to go big again. Quicker delivery this time even. And it's a dot ball. 3 runs coming from the over. Really good over. But an over that should have just yielded 1 run and taken a wicket. End of 5. 1 more over in the power play. The score is 51 without loss. So change in bowling. New bowling now coming from the highway end. And this is going to be Sharia Gaur bowling to Ansh Boje. Ansh Boje 27 from 13, 4 fours and a 6. Ranak Saluja 15 from 18 with 3 fours. Outside off. No run. No, Ansh Boje is the more enterprising, the more attacking in this partnership. Both of these batters can put up quick runs. And it's now the fact that you have to attempt to restrict them. And again, just a simple job is what should be attempted here. That is played in the air to Sohan Matam. At extra cover, no run. 2 dot balls is a great way to start your spell. Bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, so you know my feelings about that. I think a better angle is over the wicket, but wherever you're bowling from, whether it be over or around the wicket, you have to be on or around off stump, and he's been like that so far. This time it is a little bit straight, and it's dragged into the onside. They're coming back for the second, and they'll get there now. So halfway through the over, 2 runs conceded. The over before this, just 3 runs scored. And so you've pulled things back. In the last 9 deliveries, 5 runs have scored. And they were scoring at the rate of 2 runs every ball earlier on. So change in bowling thus far has worked. Short and cut away, but there's a man in the deep for that exact shot. So he might consider himself lucky. He got away with that. Now, 2 balls remaining here in the power play. After the next 2 balls, you can change your field such that you can have as many as 5 fielders outside of the circle. I suspect that you're going to have a lot of different changes in the field. Right now, you're obviously forced to be more aggressive with your field settings. Only 2 outside right now. To the right-hander, there's a deep point and a deep third. So that does also suggest a full wide delivery. Very straight, wrapped on the pad, not given. And so this will be the last ball of the power play. Really good comeback by the bowlers in these last 2 overs, but he cannot spoil it here. He has to close this over out strongly. Here's the last ball of over number 6. Defended, and the bowler is the one who fields it himself. So excellent, excellent over. 3 runs from the over, 3 runs from the over before that. They pull things back already, the Skywalkers, and I make that the Katy Raiders and the Skywalkers are now looking up at about 10 runs and over. We'll be right back. In fact, it is now going to be the strategic timeout. So we will take a 2-minute, 30-second break. We're back on the other side. back here in Prairie View. Ronak Saluja 15 from 20. Ansh Boje 30 from 17. So your score is 54 without loss, but you've only scored 6 runs in the last 2 overs. So you were going at the rate of 2 runs off every ball. The change in bowling has been much more economical. Ansh Boje now on strike, and you get the sense that he needs to bat deep into this innings. Really, everybody who comes to the wicket has to score quickly, but one person needs to bat deep, and I would back that one person to be Ansh Boje. So Darshan Haribabu with the ball in hand, working this one down the ground. They should get one. That's all they'll get. So much more economical bowling at the moment. Darshan Haribabu in particular, he's a spinner, but he's not bowling spin. He's actually essentially bowling short of length at medium pace. And the field is certainly a lot more spread out now. In the deep, you have a deep square leg, you have cow corner, you have long on, you have long off. And this is in the air, it's going to be 6. Well over the top of that man at long on. And it goes all the way for 6. Ronak Saluja now into the 20s. 21 from 21 with 3 4s and a 6. And you'll see the number of different ways that he's looking to attack you. So far, Darshan Haribabu 1.4 overs, none for 15. Essentially, whether you're bowling fast or slow, you cannot give him the ball on that length. That's a better length, a little fuller, making him defend. That last delivery before this one, he essentially went downtown, elevated it, allowed him to get under it. Cannot let him get under it. Goes big again. This is going to be catchable, or is it? No, all the way for 6. And it is now the case that Ronak Saluja is switching into overgear. He is now up to 27 from 23, 3 4s and 2 6s. 13 from the so far. Score, by the way, now into the 60s. 67 shots. They need another 106. And this is defended. They run through for a single. That should be the end of over number 14. And at the end of 14, the score is 67 without loss.
एक चीज इनको बतानी पड़ती, इतने बड़े हो गए खुद ही धंधा अंदाजा नहीं होता। स्लॉट पे देना है, वही स्लॉट पे डालना। जब हाथ जा रहा है तो मैंने बोला क्रीज के पीछे से बॉल करके, तो वो बॉल वहाँ गिर जाएगा, करनी नहीं है।
So now back to Shariagar, 1 over, none for 3. Going to be bowling again from the southern end of the ground. This is the highway end. Has to be careful with his length because, again, not a very strong wind, but it's blowing from the northwest. So if it's elevated in the air, he will be hitting into the strong side. And this is going to get through the keeper, and it's going to be 4 byes, I believe. There's a signal from the umpire, 4 byes. The runs count any way you get them, and they'll accept any gift that they get. That was a gift from the keeper. Should have really collected that one, allowed it to get through him. And so now the score is into the 70s. So simply because I'm tired of filibustering, I'm about to have help again in the commentary area. Mr. Ramji, good afternoon. What do you think about this game so far?
Good afternoon, Brian Walters. Hope the lunch did not doze you off. Yeah, I know. It's never too easy, especially after having an Indian lunch, right? Yeah, Katy Raiders put on a very good score on the board. Should have started off in a very disciplined way in terms of bowling line and length. There were too many extras right from the get-go, and the bowlers are erring on length, which is getting punished. Which was very evident in the previous over. Two huge, humongous sixers down the ground. Not sure if it is time to actually say that the balance is tilting towards the Skywalker side, but maybe premature, but it's just 7 overs done. However, they are keeping up with the asking rate, which is a good sign. They are, at least initially, they were a little bit of struggle connecting the ball, but then there was definitely those freebies coming to their rescue.
I think your analysis is right. By my unofficial count, there have been 13 extras. 13 extras, and you're halfway through the 8th over is just way too many. And big picture, you need from here to score at the rate of 9.6 to win. But they're actually scoring at the rate of 9.73. Now, the bowling in the last few overs has been better, despite the few sixes from the last over. But the bowlers are going to have to just simply maintain their disciplines, get back to what works, bowl the right lines, bowl the right lengths. I agree with you that it's premature to say that the Texas Skywalkers are in front. There's a long way to go, and most of those runs, of course, were scored during the power play overs. But I would think that the bowlers have to just know we don't need to try anything fancy. Just make them hit your good balls. If they hit your good balls and that is pulled away into the deep, nobody out there, that's not one of the good balls. Again, my sense is that they're trying to do too much. Just hit the top of off stump. Just do that for 3 or 4 overs in a row. The asking rate goes up from 9 to 11, and then it's a different game.
Yeah, all the bowlers have to focus on is give at best 6 or max 7 runs per over, which means you're taking off, you have a 2-run deficit for the Skywalkers every single over. So that kind of piles up over a period of few overs, right? So that's what exactly the bowlers should be trying. But then from what I'm seeing, the bowlers are desperately trying to get the set batters out, which probably is a strategy that Katy Raiders are looking at to get them out, so you can get the new batters in who will find it difficult to keep up the momentum of scoring 9 runs and over. Yeah, you can. It's always debatable.
Well, a long way to go. End of the over, 7-8 without loss. The Texas Skywalkers, 8 over 7-8 is great going, so they're keeping up with the rate, scoring at the rate of 9.75 and over, which again is in excess of where they need to be scoring. But you do need to figure out a way to score 115 runs in 72 balls, which is not easy. So let's see how well they do here. This is going to be via Sriman, I believe. Is that right? So via Sriman going to be bowling to Ansh Boje. And he'll be... So it's not surprising that the right-handed finger spinner is switching to go around the wicket to the left-handed batter. So he'll be looking to angle it into him from around the wicket and then hope that if there's any turn, that turn will take it away from him. But I think more than anything else, they'll be trying to just keep it out of his hitting zone.
It's an interesting ploy used by the Katy Raiders right here. They want to dry out the flow of runs. They get the deficit that I was talking about a few minutes ago. Make them score just 6-7 runs in an over, which which is what seems to be the ploy. But Ansh is a good player of spin as well, as we have seen, and he is definitely going to go after the pace bowler as well as spinners with equal measure, because he knows what's in front of him. He has a very clear idea of how many runs he needs to score every over. So all he needs to do is do the hitting, or Ronak Saluja is probably a stronger of the two in terms of hitting those big sixers. Pick those bad balls and then deposit over the fence, while Ansh keeps the other end.
Boy, Ronak Saluja just appears to wind up and explode through the ball every time he plays a shot. So just based on the evidence that we've seen so far, I would agree with you that he's the more likely of the two to hit big. But Ansh can hit well also, and that's well fielded in the deep. That is Sachin Selvakumar. Good work to convert 4 into 1. So he saved 3 runs there, no question. Of course, you all may not be able to see it on camera, but he fielded that ball, knocked it back in from the boundary before he was able to go over the rope. So that definitely helped. Saved 3 runs. Now, a quick single taken on the infield, but these singles, you will not mind these singles at all. So just 2 balls now remaining in over number 9. You're almost halfway through the innings. Oh, my apologies. 1 ball remaining in over number 9. And 82 runs on the board. You're looking at another 67 balls. And in 67 balls, you need to figure out a way to score 111 runs. So here is the last ball of over 9. Ansh Boja getting it into the gap between mid-wicket and cow corner, but good running. They'll get a couple. 2 runs. 6 runs coming from the over. Over number 9 is a successful one. And that is going to be the end of over number 9. Scores 84 without loss.
Yeah, the game is interestingly poised at this stage. With that 2 runs, their current run rate is 9.3 versus the asking is 9.9, kind of close, running neck to neck. They got away with 1 6 runs over, but 1 more of that is going to actually start to hurt them. So it's likely that one of them will explode, especially knowing that they have all the 10 wickets intact. So there is seemingly a change of bowling from the highway end. They have stopped this pacer from bowling and then brought in a spinner, which is probably Nadish, the leg spinner, if I'm not wrong. Or is it Somyak Shah? It's Somyak Shah, the bowler from the highway end.
So Somyak Shah with the ball in hand. Dot ball to start. Slower through the air, and he bowled him. Slower through the air, loopy, and it pitches, leaves him a little bit. Boy, Ronak Saluja played that shot about a week too early, ends up playing all over it, and has his off stump knocked back. So a big wicket. I think you just jinxed them by saying that no wickets had fallen yet, and that is exactly what happens here. Ronak Saluja loses his off stump. First wicket falls, score 84 for 1.
The lack of pace also resulted in lack of bounce in that particular delivery. Ball kind of took the batter by surprise by keeping a tad bit low. whereas he was trying to go over the mid wicket with a shot, but he kind of missed reading that delivery. Good for Katy Raiders getting their first wicket of Skywalkers. That takes the asking rate past the 10 runs per over mark. Quick hustle in the middle for the Katy Raiders. Goes to dugout with a run on ball 31 that included 3 hits to the fence and 2 over the fence. So the new batter is in. Once again, I believe it's going to be a right-left combination. Akhilesh Balan, another promising young cricketer who's in the middle. He showed a lot of promise in the morning, building partnership, quite capable. He has shown this from last season of HYPL too. Sumik Shah coming again from the highway end. Field set perfectly for the bowler for that sweep shot. Ball could have gone either way of the fielder. That should have definitely resulted in a boundary. Was straight into the hands of the fielder at fine leg.
Oh, you say that the field was set exactly for that shot. I don't know that he wants to set a field that induces a sweep down the leg side. That ball is helped into the deep. You hear them yell for 2. Should make it pretty easily. In fact, they just jogged the second one. So wicket. And then you're now to the point where you are looking up, as you mentioned, at the scoring or the required rate, up now to 10.35. And to the extent that when a wicket falls, it generally results in the slowing of the scoring rate. I think you're doing exactly what you need to do here to be able to pull things back. So Sumik Shah finding immediate success when he's entered the attack. 4 overs so far, 1 for 3. And it's now going to be up to him to make sure that he finishes out strongly. Ansh Boje, how much does he have to do today to get them close? 40 from 26. Slow through the air, a lot of turn though, played down the ground, should just be a single. And now with 1 ball remaining in the 10th over, you're now at the point where you're looking at that rate, the required rate, to start to accelerate. This is generally the stage in the innings where scoreboard pressure starts mounting the most. Big hit toward the deep. Nobody out there at mid-wicket, splits the gap, and it goes away for 4. So welcome boundary. So 8 runs coming from the over. It was a successful over in that it took a wicket, but that boundary towards the back end of it does mean that a wicket is taken. However, big picture, you still only scored 8 in an environment where you're needing to score 10 and over. So from that standpoint, you're a little bit behind the 8 ball. 92 for 1 after 10.
Yeah, I think it was evenly split. The honors were evenly split between Skywalkers and the Raiders in that particular over. Skywalkers getting their boundary despite, or getting at least 8 runs despite losing that wicket. Katy Raiders at least saw the back of Ronak Saluja, who was taking them to the cleaners with those 2 humongous sixers. Yeah, I think it's going to be a tight finish from where it is right now. 101 runs needed of the last 10 overs. But in a typical T20 game, anything is possible. It's all how the bowling team handles the pressure, cut down on the extras, and it's all about how the batting unit clicks, pick those odd boundaries and sixers. Talking of which, they were able to get the single of the first delivery from LiveStream's second over. Just a nudge. That brings Akhilesh Balan on strike for the first time against LiveStream. Both the batters in the middle are very good players of spin, and we have seen that in the past. So it remains to be seen how they are going to negotiate the leg spinner from the highway end and the off spinner from the other end.
"93 runs on the board. One delivery having been bowled in over number 11. Whips it around the corner. It stays in the air for a while, lands safely, and goes all the way for 4. So you definitely want to get all the runs that you can from this pair. And Ansh Boje now up to 46 from 29 with 5 fours and a 6. I mentioned earlier that I thought that if the Texas Skywalkers were going to be in a position to challenge seriously in this game, that Ansh Boje was going to need to bat all the way through. Well, he is going along that way right now, and one would think that he is key to what happens from here, particularly since he's been there for 29 balls, plays this through the offside. He'll get 2. No, they decide only on 1. So that brings Ansh Boje to within 3 of a half century. I don't know that he'll be thinking about that. I think he'll now be thinking about the fact that the required rate is still up above 10.07 to be exact. And he needs to sort of figure out a way to assist his team in staying close to that target with wickets in hand. Reverse sweep. Oh, it gets right through the man at short, backward square leg. And it goes all the way for 4. Boy, I don't know that that would have been something that makes either the coach or the captain happy. At 4, that gets all the way to the boundary. And I said backward point, I believe. That races away through that area. Nobody in the deep behind point. 11 runs from the over so far. And by the way, that shot brought up the 100. 103 on the board now. Now goes the other direction. Nobody down there. Consecutive 4s to end the over. And you see how LiveStream kicking at the turf because he knows that he just bowled a very expensive over. That over yields 15 runs. That puts them actually ahead of the required rate because now the required rate is down back to 9.56. They're now scoring at the rate of 9.73. Are we ready to say that the Texas Skywalkers are actually threatening to win this game?
I mean, from the looks of it, if they are able to manipulate the field so well with a reverse sweep for a 4 and then another pull shot behind fine leg for another 4, I think the idea or the plan is very clear between the two batters in the middle that they have to pick their bowlers and go after it. Even if you get 1 7 or 8 run over, you have to make up for it in the next over. And that's exactly what they have been doing. As I said in the beginning, both of them are equally competent players of spin, and you could see that very well. Now it remains to be seen how they are able to handle the leg spin from the highway end. Especially Akhilesh Balan, we saw he hit a boundary from Sumyaksha's over. So a couple of boundaries here will actually ease the pressure for the Skywalkers. Lovely use of the feet, moved around, batter doing his push-ups right in the middle of the pitch as the ball races towards the boundary. Great piece of thinking, knowing that there is nobody behind. And that brings up the 50 for Ansh Bhoje, a very, very valuable innings from Ansh Bhoje at this stage of the game, given the chase that they are involved in.
Ansh Bhoje has his team at 111 for 1. So the late Dickie Bird is hopping around furiously on one leg in heaven as we speak. 111 for 1.
Was it Dickie Bird or was it David Shepherd?
I said Dickie Bird. I was thinking David Shepherd. Oh my goodness, I'm glad you caught that. Wait, I hope Dickie Bird is still alive. I think I just killed him. Worked around the corner for another single and good catch, sir. Thank you very much for that. But back to this game, 112, which means that they need another 81 runs in the next 52 balls, but they have 9 wickets in hand. Comparing where you were, the Skywalkers the Raiders, when they were batting at the end of 12, they'd already lost a few wickets, and they had 124 runs, so they're ahead as far as that's concerned. Oh, forward defensive. And no run there. But the idea is if you have wickets in hand and if you have a set batter, you can do a lot of damage in a short period of time. And the longer this game goes on and the more you're able to maintain the scoring rates, if you have wickets in hand, then you can certainly mount a charge toward the back end of this match. So the longer they keep going like this, reverse sweep, not going to come off the way he wanted it to, but they'll still get a single. My sense is the longer that they are able to do that, then the more the Skywalkers will start believing that they're actually in with a chance to win this match.
Looking at the worm chart, we still see that the Skywalkers are below at this particular over compared to what Katy Raiders were. Speaking of which, that was an excellent catch taken by long off fielder. Was that Aryan Nadkarni? I believe it is Aryan Nadkarni. Amazing. He had to cover. Who was that? Or was it Sachin Selvakumar? But whoever is the fielder, he actually ran a good 20-25 meters to his left and held on to the ball even as he landed on the ground, saving definitely 4 runs there, and in the process getting another wicket of the well-set Ansh Bhoje. It was Arya Kanata, the fielder. That was an amazing piece of fielding there by Arya Kanata, taking the second wicket of the Texas Skywalkers.
2 things. Number 1, catches win matches. It's that simple. Number 2, and I made this point earlier when the bowlers were spraying the ball all over the place, make them hit your good balls. If you put the onus on them to score off of your good balls, they may hit a couple 4s, they may hit a few 6s, but eventually they'll do something like that gives a catching opportunity to somebody on the field. And so for me, the lesson is don't overcomplicate things as a bowler. Just put the ball on the stumps, on off stump, at just short of driving length, and make them do the work. And if you're able to do that, as the captain, Aryan Satish, comes to the wicket, if you're able to do that, then you put yourself in the position where you make them have to come after you. Don't help them get the runs. And if you're able to do that, then it stands to reason that you'll be doing better in terms of being able to defend your total. So the last ball coming up now over number 12. First ball to the captain. Going off the back foot. They get a single immediately. And that is a really, really good over by Sumyak Shah. 2 for 14 are his figures so far. He's taken the only 2 wickets to have fallen. And that last over produces 7 runs, and he took a wicket. So this is great going by him. End of the over, 114 for 2.
A bit about Arya Kanata. He has time and again proved that he is definitely a safe pair of hands, be it behind the wickets as a wicketkeeper or in front of the wicket as a fielder. This morning I was told that he held on to a very good catch in the other ground at the boundary rope, and once again he demonstrated the same here. Now that brings a bowling change from the opposite end, from the commentary box end, I would say. It was Sriman was bowling from this end. Now it's Shaurya Gaur coming back for his second spell. The Skywalkers are still needing close to 10 runs and over, because that last over yielded only 7 runs. Shaurya Gaur coming back into the attack. That was Aryan Satish tapping it to deep point area. A fielder from sweeper cover running towards deep point, and then and the Skywalkers helping themselves with 2 runs in the process. I think this Shaurya Gaur was mistook for Arya Kanata from what I can see, because the scoreboard says Arya Kanata bowling. Not seen Arya Kanata in a while bowling fast or medium pace. Even if he picks up the ball, he would rather try to go for a off spin.
Well, I agree with you. Arya Kanata has looked very different from the last time I saw him, but I don't think this is him bowling. And based on his number, this is in fact Shaurya Gaur. Oh, wild swing. So, once again, not to belabor the point, if you put the ball in the right areas and make them come after you, then that is going to be what you need to do to keep them at bay. Because each dot ball brings pressure, of course. Once you absorb a dot ball, that dot ball now means that there's 46, make that 45 balls remaining. Flash and a miss. Oh, do they run for a bye? They try to get a bye. Umpire was looking down, I think. Okay, just for a second, I thought he might have been looking to change his counter and missed what happened at that end. But they do run for a bye, so that obviously counts as a run that's not credited to the batter. But that means that you now have to score 75 runs in the next 44 balls. So this task is getting progressively harder. 117 for 2, make that 118 for 2, as the scoreboard is hopping around on us. Unofficially, let's say 118 for 2, 2 balls remaining here. Should be 2 balls remaining. The umpires, I believe, are attempting to confirm with the scores. And for some reason, my scoreboard just went back to 12 overs and 114 for 2. Down the ground, should just be a single. This is Arya Kanata, I believe, coming in. Yep. Clean pickup and a throw. A beautiful throw back to the keeper's end for no run. Now, looks like they've caught up again. So, a single down the ground. But we made this point earlier. If you're chasing such a big target, when you're needing to score 10, 11, 12 runs and over, every single makes the dot ball, makes the required rate go up, and of course dot balls certainly make it go up. In the slot, and a beautiful delivery, plays all around it, and he gets cleaned up. What a beautiful Yorker, and that is the end of Akhilesh Balan. 17 from 10, make that 17 from 11 with 3 fours, but he will be really very proud of that Yorker, because I can tell you that the best way of pulling back a team that is attempting to chase after a big score is to get single or is to get wickets. You got a big one there. That's the end of Akhilesh Balan.
There was a pitch of a delivery from Sharia Gaur right in the block hole, and Akhilesh Balan failed to read that. So he had to take that long walk back to the pavilion. So it remains to be seen who is going to be the next batter. It's going to be Akhilesh Nanda Sudhakar. They're still holding back on Tarundi Paul, who is capable of clearing the boundaries with a lot of comfort. Not sure what's the strategy going on here, but it is what it is. While the batter gets ready, let's quickly catch up with the scorecard on the other ground. In pursuit of 194, set by 194 as the target set by TCC Kings. Texas Legends are 126 for the loss of 1 wicket. Rishi Ramesh and Pranay Balaji are both at the crease, well set, each getting their half century. Akhilesh Nanda Sudhakar in the crease right now, all set to face Sumyak Shah, who has been very successful, and he's continuing with his third over. Uses the pace of the ball, uses the lack of pace in that ball and puts it to good effect by Akhilesh Nanda Sudhakar, pulls it between deep square leg and deep fine leg for a boundary. So the over starts off with a boundary for Texas Skywalkers. That's not Akhilesh Nanda, that's Aryan Satish. My bad.
Well, he walked right across the stumps, 2 or 3 steps toward the offside to access the leg side, and with short fine leg inside the circle, all he had to do was get the ball past him for that boundary. So Sumyak Shah, full toss, watching the umpire here to see if he calls a no ball. He does not. So he gets away with that one. And that is a single down to call corner. But you're now needing to score, again, almost 10.4 runs every over. So it certainly gets more difficult the longer you go into this game. And again, if you've lost wickets, Aryan Satish on 9. Oh, in the air, almost carrying back to the bowler himself. They'll get a single. But Akhilesh Nanda Sudhakar just off the mark with 1 from 1. Aryan Satish 9 from 5 with a boundary. But 2 relatively new batters at the crease. You're going to struggle to score runs. There he goes again, walking right across and repeating the dosage and repeating the result. He walks right across onto the offside, a slow, loopy delivery. And so when you bowl that length and you afford the batter that much time, then he can get inside the line and he flips you away for another boundary. So 10 from the over so far with 2 balls remaining. So has taken 2 wickets, so he's bowled well, but a couple of times that he's dropped it maybe just a little too short and affording a little bit too much room for the batters to walk right across and access the leg side from those slow loopy deliveries. So he probably, if he has a quicker one in his armory, now would be probably a good time to try that. This is work down the ground, and it's a single. So to the extent that you're looking at just 1 ball remaining now in over number 14, 37 balls remaining, 63 runs to get. So this is played into the offside for a dot. So that is the end of over number 14. And my scorecard has hopped around a little bit, but my unofficial score is 130 for 3. And officially, we need another 63 in the next 6 overs.
So interesting. It's that interesting phase of the game. So it remains to be seen what Akhilesh Nanda Sudhakar and Aryan Satish are going to plan from this point forward, because they got 11-run over, which definitely they is what they wanted, but their asking rate has still gone up to 10.5, so they still have to continue getting those 11-run over from here on for the remaining 6 overs. Shaurya Gaur coming in with from the commentary box, and he was instrumental in seeing the back of Ansh Boje the previous over. So the captain has given the ball back to him. That was a risk taken that backfired. Aryan Satish trying to go for a scoop and mistimed it, landing in safely in the hands of the wicketkeeper. And Skywalkers lose wicket number 4, that of Aryan Satish, for 15 from 9 deliveries. And remember, that's also a dot ball, not yielding any runs for Skywalkers. So now they get one of their big hitters, Tarundeep Paul. As you rightly mentioned a few minutes ago, Brian, there were a few drop catches in the first innings of this game, which would have, if it was taken, would have probably resulted in a target of 165, 170, and not in excess of 190. So the Skywalkers, if they lose the plot from this point forward, have only themselves to be blamed for this, because as you rightly pointed out, catches win matches for sure.
Well, it makes all the difference in the world. And when you take catches, number one, obviously it dismisses the batters and slows the scoring rate down. Number two, it energizes the fielding side. Number two, it makes the bowlers even that much more motivated to bring it. So just positives all the way around. Good delivery. Was that an edge? I think that was a thick edge, was it? The reaction of the keeper tells me that that was an edge. And then, in fact, no signal from the umpire. So that was definitely an edge. It was a thick edge, but it also wasn't a spinner. So it was close enough. Or he was far enough back that he could have made the adjustment, you would think. So you're going to want to hold on to those.
Yeah, definitely that was a thick edge. Kissed the batter's willow, kissed the keeper's glove. Ball getting 2 kisses on the way, but definitely not racing to the boundary there. From that perspective, I would say it's a partial win for Katy Raiders. The second one being a dot ball. Shaurya Gaur bang on target in the last couple of overs that we have seen. Has been very economical, just giving away a little over 4 runs per over. He's into his last over, just 2 more deliveries left. Just giving away a single right there, not giving the much wanted big hit.
शौर्य वही वाला बॉल करते हैं जो बोल्ड किया था, ये पीछे के बॉल के लिए रेडी है, लेकिन जड़ में मिडल स्टंप पे शाबाश.
So 131 for 4. Make that 132. Shortish. I'll tell you what, he is lucky to have gotten away with that, because there is.
I told him that he's ready for the batsman, going to Yorker. That's the problem.
Nobody in the deep at fine leg.
Yeah.
Any bat on that would have flown away for 4.
इधर करना वो शॉट फाइन नहीं है चौका लग जाएगा बाउंड्री हो जाएगी यार आगे कर यॉर्कर मार
The next delivery, and you may be able to hear Coach Danish Canary wants a Yorker. There's nothing wrong with a ball that is driven down the ground for a single. There is the length, maybe there's a line. The length for me is still a little too short. But did he chop on? Oh, he chopped on. I missed that. Oh, that is a wicket.
No, it's not a wicket.
Okay, what? Well,
I'm sorry, that was not a wicket.
so what happens when you get two old guys to commentate on a cricket match?
He shot, but not
Okay, so he did chop it, but it did not go into his stumps. So, big picture though, that is a dot to close things out in over number 15. So you've done brilliantly to pull things back. Only 2 runs coming from that over and a wicket. Brilliant, brilliant bowling. So that means that in the last 5 overs, you need 61 runs. Can they do it, Mr. Ramasubramanian?
From the looks of it, I'm not seeing the 2 batters middling the ball that comfortably as what Akhilesh Balan or Ansh Boje were doing earlier on. They're trying to get those big shots behind square, but not able to middle the ball perfectly. So that's going to put them under a lot of pressure, wanting to score runs. So it's going to be a tall order for Skywalkers unless one of the 2 batters are able to middle the ball and deposit them over the ropes a few times in the next couple of overs. It's going to be it's uphill battle that Skywalkers will be fighting. Definitely with the win in the morning, Skywalkers would like to keep their net run rate up, knowing that there are some more games to be played tomorrow as well as next weekend. They definitely have to keep their chase to play the title clash active and alive. So we are right now in the strategic timeout. There was an excellent spell from Shaurya Gaur, just 16 runs from his 4 overs, one of the best figures that we can see from a medium pacer in T20. Not a common sight. Let's quickly check what's going on in the other senior game. Texas Legends chasing 194 are 156 for a loss of just 1 wicket. Pretty good going. Rishi Ramesh playing at 73 from 49, and giving him company is Pranay Balaji, 62 from 28. 8 runs from their last 5 overs, which seems doable with the 2-set batter in great form. So back to the game between Skywalkers and Katy Raiders. 61 from 5. So it's interesting strategy brought in now by Katy Raiders to bring in another spinner from the highway end. This time it's Sachin Selvakumar. Straight back to the bowler. No runs conceded from that first delivery. Akhilesh Nanda has to find the gaps to get Tarun on strike. If Tarun is on, that was hit big, but I don't think it's going the distance. There was a fielder right under it, but the fielder overran a little bit, and as a result the ball ended up behind the fielder, though not a boundary, but it was definitely a missed opportunity to take a wicket and put more pressure on Skywalkers. 2 runs from the previous delivery, and this delivery Akhilesh Nanda taps it towards extra cover for a single, bringing Tarun Deep Paul on strike.
I don't know who filibusters better, you or me. Sachin Selvakumar, leg spinner, as compared to his brother, who is a left arm medium pacer. This is worked into the deep, a single. These are valuable overs, really, really valuable overs being bowled here by the Katy Raiders. The last 5 overs, with 2 to go in this one, have only yielded 29 runs. Short, and it is in the air and landing in front of the fielder down there, wide long on. I thought he might have had enough time to come back or to come in to try to catch that. Chose not to, but perhaps just thinking that the most important thing is just not to get the ball by you. 5 runs from the over so far, with 1 ball remaining. So you're down to the last 25 balls of the innings. Tossed up, lobbed down the air or down the ground, and a simple catch is put down. Oh, how casual was that? Did they get the run out? Yes, the run out has been affected. So the wicket falls not in the way that they were expecting, and certainly not the way that Sachin Selvakumar would have preferred. But a run out at the non-striker's end nonetheless, really kind of anticlimactic. And a wicket falls at the end of the over, going for a second run that was pretty much non-existent. And at this stage, going toward the back end of this match, 24 balls remaining, 55 runs still to get, and half the side back in the hutch. It feels like the writing is on the wall.
Yeah, kind of looks like that. We have 2 big hitters who are capable of connecting and clearing boundaries. In the middle right now, it's Tarundeep Paul, joined by Daniel Bagani, who replaces Akhilesh Nanda Sudhakar. It was a terrible mix-up there. What could have been a simple catch ended up being a drop catch, and then before Skywalkers could heave a sigh of relief, they saw that one of their batters was short of crease when the ball hit the stumps, bringing in Daniel Bagani into the crease. That's an interesting battle between a fast bowler facing another fast bowler. If I'm not wrong, during the previous innings, it was Daniel Bagani who took the wicket of Aryan Nadkarni. Now it's probably time for Aryan Nadkarni to exact revenge for that wicket. So Aryan takes the ball in his hand from the commentary box end.
So in the old days, there used to be such a thing as the fast bowlers fraternity, where one fast bowler would not bounce another fast bowler. I think that is over with. I think this first delivery is going to be the best bouncer that you've seen all day. Exactly. Oh, new batter? Okay. Ah.
According to the new rules.
Yeah. Well, there is some conversation about that, so we'll see how it shakes out. In the meantime, Aryan Nadkarni doesn't care who he'll be bowling to. I suspect that this first ball is going to be a very well-directed bouncer.
Doesn't seem so.
A little bit of confusion about where the new batter is going to be. The new batter really should be at the striker's end.
And it looks like Katy is going to face.
Well, either way, they're really both new batters. Turndeep Paul 3 from 5, but he really should be at the non-striker's end. Either way, bowling now to looking for the big swipe and a miss. Well, I didn't get the bouncer I was looking for, but still short of length. Still bowling very quickly. That ball actually dying as it got through to the keeper. So the pitch showed a little bit of life earlier this afternoon. Seems to be flattening out a little bit now just based on that last delivery. But more importantly, it's the dot ball, and Aaron Nadkarni is going to be looking to continue to keep these batters quiet. Skied very high, but how deep? All the way for 6. I'll tell you what. Well, if you weren't going to see the bouncer before, you're going to see it now. Absolutely no fast bowler likes being hit down the ground at all. A fast bowler would prefer to be hooked for 6 than to be driven for 6. I guarantee that this next ball is going to be short. And I will say this, that was a great shot. That was absolutely a great shot. It was in the slot, yes, but you still need to put them away. That was a brilliant shot. Short and powered away into the deep for 4. Now, that one was short. Did it go? No, 4 signaled by the umpire. I think the umpire was confirming with the fielder first. Now, he tried to bowl it short, but the ball did not get up very high. It got up about waist height, which is not going to trouble very many batters. For a fast bowler to bowl a delivery that's capable of threatening a batter, it needs to be up around shoulder height. And from that length, not a lot that you will feel threatened by. But now to the point of what are you looking to accomplish? And you've been put away twice, once for 6, the other for 4. My sense is that they may switch and go back to sort of the regular off-stump line, short of length type of delivery. This one is too wide outside the line of off, and you hear the big grunt from Aaron Nadkarni. So not quite getting it right today, Aaron Nadkarni. 11 runs from this over already to include the wide. And looking at the field, there's a sweeper on the offside, short third, backward point, and cover. So you might be able to hear Coach Danish Canaria asking for a Yorker. If he's going to switch to bowling Yorkers, I think he'd want to drop the third man back. There is a Yorker, driven right back past the bowler, is able to do enough to prevent it from being scored off of. It's a good delivery. Now, 2 balls remaining. Let's see exactly what he's able to do from here.
For another boundary.
Big picture, you need 44 runs in the next 20 balls. So it's not yet out of reach, but you have to keep scoring.
One of the 2 to be a bouncer.
Full. In the air, that's going to go for 6, is it? Yes, it goes for 6. My goodness, what an over this is turning out to be. He was looking for the full, he was looking for the Yorker. Ended up bowling a low full toss, and Tarandeep Paul helps himself to 6 runs over long off. So things are getting interesting now. 38 needed in 19. Exactly a scoring rate of 12 and over from here. It was up above 13 a couple of deliveries ago. How much do you do with this last ball? Drill down the ground for a single. This is going to be Sachin Selvakumar. An expensive over from Aaron Nadkarni comes to an end. A single to close things out. Over number 18 coming up. 37 runs needed in the next 3.
Yeah, that over has been a blessing in disguise for Skywalkers, I would say. 18 valuable runs that they have got from that particular over. Interesting equation now. 37 and 3. Now, who's going to bowl this over? Is it going to be Sachin Selvakumar again? Yes, it is. So what would be interesting is to see who's going to bowl the penultimate over, which will be the deciding factor on what remains on the table for the last over for Skywalkers. Vardhan Handa or that'll be an interesting move, getting a left-arm pace bowler, because it could prove very tricky, especially in the death overs. Because pretty much everyone have, including Vardhan Handa himself, had gone for runs in the beginning of the innings. Interesting, possibly bringing in Sachin Selvakumar at the last over also would be. Oh, okay, that has been a wonderful piece of bowling from Sachin Selvakumar, trapping the batter plumb in front of the wicket. Umpire not hesitating to lift his finger and say, "Sorry, Mr. Tarun Paul, you're out," like before.
So the slow bowling does the trick. From where we are, we're a little blinded, so wasn't exactly sure initially how the dismissal was affected, but able to see the replay here and trapping him right in front, and the finger goes up from umpire Vineet. So really interesting development here. A wicket with the first ball of over number 18 means that slow bowling does the trick where fast bowling couldn't. And so then that brings to mind a different question. Instead of going with Vardhan Handa, as I mentioned, do you maybe go to Darshan Haribabu for over number 19?
My bets are on either Darshan or Sachin himself, because Sachin is bowling his second over. He could still come back to bowl another over here. From the way he's been bowling, I think he's been very economical, which is what is required at this point, not leak runs. Wicket is secondary at this stage. It's more about how you can keep it to under 6 runs or 7 runs and over. Even 8 runs and over is still acceptable in the grand scheme of things, which is what Sachin Selvakumar has managed to do so far. So it can be either Darshan Haribabu or, talking of which, the batter goes straight down the ground, just missing the hands of the bowler, but managing only a couple of runs in the process. Skywalkers still need 34 runs from 15 deliveries. Brings in Daniel Bagani on strike once again. Daniel playing it behind fine leg for a wonderful boundary there, helping himself with a boundary that takes the total to 163, needing 30 runs from 2.2 overs. A little bit of error in the line from Sachin Selvakumar was fully utilized by the batter from Skywalkers. Daniel Bagani once again facing Sachin Selvakumar. 2 more deliveries left in this over. Can he do just a single tap towards covers? Bringing Joy Jadhav on strike. This over so far has yielded 8 runs. They still need at least a boundary at this point, which is what Joy is trying to go. He went the aerial route but did not get the required distance. They managed to take 2 runs, so they end the over with 10 runs of that from 2 runs from the last delivery, a total of 10 runs from that over number 18, leaving 27 runs needed from the last 2 overs. I would say if you can get a couple of big hits at this stage, you still have a 40-60 probability at this stage, I would say. Talking of which, the other game is interestingly poised. We were talking a while ago that Rishi and Pranay were set and now they see they've lost a couple of quick wickets in Texas Legends. So Texas Legends need 28 runs from three overs. Pranay Balaji still at the crease, and they have a new batter, Karthik Dorairaj, joining Pranay Balaji. Arjun Mahesh himself took the bowling giving away his keeping services, and in the process took a wicket as well as effected a run out. So back to the game between Skywalkers and Katy Raiders. Just as we were talking, Darshan Haribabu is bowling from the commentary end. Last 2 overs, so it's going to be evident that it's Darshan from the commentary end, and most likely it'll be Sachin Selvakumar the last over from the highway end. Darshan bowling a very good ball that should have been a single, kicked by the fielder at extra covers, helping Skywalkers with an extra run. So 2 runs from that first delivery, 25 needed from 11 deliveries at this stage.
25 from 11, drilled into the extra cover area. That's straight to Sachin Selvakumar. Single there. 24 needed from 10. So all you're looking for here is dots and singles. You'll accept all of those that you can get down the leg side. You don't want those. That might be 5 wides. Let's see what the umpire signals. Well, in fact, it's pulled back before it gets to the boundary. So they run 3. And there's the signal from the umpire. So 4 bonus runs provided. That's the one thing that you do not need. You just gave them 4 runs and an extra ball. That is crucial in these situations. And so it's going to be so important to find the line that you need to bowl. It's generally bowling a good length, but that line was well down the leg side. Of course, with the keeper up, those are much more difficult to take. And so we'll see exactly how we go from here, but it has to be that you get the ball on the off-stump line. Oh, there is the ball on the stumps, knocking the leg stump back. Boy, Daniel Bagani walking across and trying to whip that down behind square on the leg side. Got away with it once when the ball was not on the stumps, but this one is dead on the stumps, on leg stump to be specific. He misses, and it's you miss, I hit. So Darshan Haribabu has the last laugh. That's the end of Daniel Bagani. Oh, in fact, the scorecard does, yeah, exactly. So it is Bagani who is dismissed. Rohan Bhardwaj is a batter who's coming in to join Joy Jadav, despite what your scorecard says. But importantly, that is the 7th wicket.
Did they get 3 runs? I don't think so.
Yeah, they ran 3.
That was with the white.
Yeah, ran 3 plus 4.
Appeal and given. Dead in front, and the wickets are really falling now. And this is starting to feel like it's all over but the shouting. Full and straight, wrapped in front, and raising the finger is umpire Sagar. 8 wickets are down. 173. Make that 176 for 8. No, 173. We'll have to confirm the exact score because it's moving around a little bit on us. It says 173, right? And see how it is changing on the screen like 4 times as we speak. 173 for 8. It should be looking at this. Bang in front and given. I'm thinking that would have hit the leg stump. 173 for 8 is the score. So, with 2 balls remaining now in over number 19, much of the air has been taken out of the balloon of the Texas Skywalkers, as the new batter is going to be confirm that as soon as we get it. But that's a big couple of wickets and a great over on the way by Darshan Haribabu. Next delivery, swipe and a miss, looking to play that to mid-wicket. Not able to get any bat on it, and just one ball remaining now in over number 19. Still a big 2-0 on the board. Here's that last ball. Straight to Sachin Selvakumar. He's not even going to bother throwing that. They jog through for a single. And so one over remaining. You need another 19. Who is going to bowl? Do you give? Yes, you do. You give the ball to Sachin Selvakumar. In fact, he already has it. His job is to simply get the ball in or around off stump and do not bowl a ball that is at a drivable length. That essentially is the name of the game for him. And we'll see exactly how well he can do to accomplish that.
Absolutely. The writing is definitely on the wall. Joy Jadhav showed glimpses of his power hitting skills, but then the ball was not carrying to the boundary. It was taking the aerial route, but then not the distance. So it remains to be seen, unless Joy surprises everyone with a couple of lusty blows over the top, making this an interesting over. But Joy exactly is trying that here, but and the umpire is not convinced there. Yeah, but definitely yes, he is out by a good distance. So that's wicket number 9 falling right there. That was Shayan Chakraborty going back to the pavilion. In pursuit of a very big target of 193. Skywalkers started off pretty well. They were in the race for a good part of the chase, but wickets at regular intervals meant it was going to be a lot of pressure, and it's a tall order for the Skywalkers. Last pair in the middle, Sachin Selvakumar bowling the second delivery of the over. That was a big mix-up right there. Sujit not attempting to run, but Joy wanted the strike. Took off without looking at his partner if he's running or not, and the bowler collecting the ball and conveniently whipping off the bails. Drawing curtains on this game. Over to you, Brian, for the match summary.
It's a very anticlimactic end to this game. The Texas Skywalkers were in with a shout, I would say, up until around over number 12. And then they just lost too many wickets at regular intervals. Ranak Saluja, 31 from 31. Anj Boje, top scoring, 52 from 33 with 7 fours and a 6. Akhilesh Balan and Aryan Satish, 17 and 15 respectively. And Tarandeep Paul looked good for a while. Daniel Bagani tried, but just some single-digit scores toward the back end. Nobody really threatening the score as much. For me, the best of the bowlers has to be said somewhere between Sumyak Shah and Sachin Selvakumar. The SS and SS. So Sachin Selvakumar with that last over, 2.2 overs, 1 for 16. But that doesn't tell the story because he bowled at the death. And to have a leg spinner who can bowl at the death is a really, really important and a valuable tool to have in your toolkit. Sumyak Shah also bowling well. 3 overs, 2 for 26. Sari Agara with 2. Darshan Haribabu also bowling well. 3 overs, 2 for 24. Pacers didn't do it necessarily today, but the spinners more than backed up for them. So full marks to the bowlers for the Katy Raiders. And they did make a score of 192 for 6 stand-up. Skywalkers all out for 174. So that is the end of our coverage from the Prairie View Cricket Complex today as part talk to you tomorrow.